Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Olivia. Everything around me is moving like the beginning of the universe, spraying in all directions. Objects moving in ways they shouldn't be. I'm in a pinball machine, battered, thrown around. I can't tell the exact source of the snapping sounds. There are so many things it could be. The glass from the window, the thick tree branch breaking through it, the fractures in my ribs, the crunch of the metal, the engine sputtering, the pounding of the thunder in the distance. I can feel the compression of the metal, glass and wood into my body. The airbags punch my ribs like I'm in a prize fight. First in slow motion, and then fast forward, like a special effect in an action movie. I clutch at my stomach. The asphalt isn't supposed to be this close. I shouldn't see the patterns of the rain on the street beneath the shattered windows. Humans aren't supposed to be in cars this way. The melted plastic stench mixes with the smoke of the engine and the smell of blood. I'm going to die. The thought is so quick that it begins and ends in time for the accident to already be finished. Oh, I lived, but that's an afterthought. I hear the thin wail of sirens, but mixed in is another scream. Mommy, help! I look in the back, and as if it's a brand new car, there's a child's seat and children's toys, but no child. I'm here. Mommy's here. The sound of sirens wail like a screeching cat. The sound morphs into yelling, not from a baby, but a man. His voice is filled with anger, too upset to speak rationally. What kind of life will our child have if she only sees her mother for a few hours a week? I had parents who were never around. What kind of life will our baby have if I'm chained to a kitchen, laundry machine, and vacuum cleaner? Oh, I used to have a career. But you came along and I wasn't a person anymore. Paramedics come and tap on the window. Ethan, for some reason, is one of them. He reaches in, but he's gone in an instant, and I hear a different wail, a baby crying and fleeing from me. Don't take her. I didn't get to see her. You have to relax, one of the emergency workers says. Their face is a blur, anonymous. We're going to save you. No, don't save me. Bring her back. Save her. But there's no point. She's gone. And then I wake up. My sheets are soaked with sweat. My eyes are raw from the tears that must have come overnight. I reach over and grab the glass of water on the nightstand. My voice is sore and raspy, I'm sure from trying to scream in my sleep. The neighbors have asked before if I've fallen asleep with the TV on, and I've been too embarrassed to tell them it was me. I look up at the alarm. 5:47 a.m. The worst time in the middle of the night to wake up. Any earlier, I could go back to sleep. Any later, I'd have enough to get me through the day. But this is no man's land, much like the place I've been existing since the night of the miscarriage. It's hard to know what to do after losing a child you never had, without having memories to comfort you. After failing at the only job you had, to keep her safe in the shelter of your body. Instead, I became her tomb. The gray light of dawn starts streaming through the blinds, and the brightness is too much for me. I open the nightstand drawer without moving, feeling around for the ibuprofen. My head is pounding. I find the bottle and shake it, relieved there are still pills left. God damn it. I'm trembling so hard that I drop the bottle on the floor. I get out of bed unsteadily and lean over to get it, every motion feeling like another step of a marathon. I bend over and I flash to the position in the car, pinned in a slump in the seat. I kneel down to pick up the bottle, and I think of all the times I prayed afterward, hoping she would forgive me one day. I pick it up and stand, then put on my robe, remembering the days when putting on clothes was an accomplishment. I'm grateful I'm not in that place anymore, but I don't know if I'll ever be truly over it. I stand out on the balcony, overlooking downtown Toronto. Historic brick buildings are nestled between soaring skyscrapers. It's a long way from New Orleans, but after we lost the baby, I needed to get as far away as possible. Breathing the crisp July air in Toronto, when the weather is perfect, I feel a sense of freedom. Even in January, I like it, except for the winter coats and boots. Toronto has a similar feel to the Big Easy in some ways, with the multitude of cultures and mixing of old and new. It doesn't hurt that everything here is written in French too, and that Cajuns and Acadians are one and the same, at least in theory. The array of structures of all styles, mixed with the gorgeous natural surroundings of Lake Ontario, always gives me inspiration in my work as an architect. Creating new buildings, I can imagine my way into being someplace else, but the dark, painful, unbearable memories don't go away, no matter how far I try to run. Lately, I've been having these nightmares more often. After the first year had passed, they subsided a little, and I'd have them a few times a week instead of several times a night. But for the last few months, they've haunted me, even though it's been 6 years since it happened. I was just about to turn 22 then. The nightmares ramp up on significant dates, I find, like the day Ethan and I found out about the pregnancy, along with the day of the accident. The due date is the hardest, though, the day that should have been the happiest of our life. I slipped out of the hospital afterward. I couldn't face Ethan. I couldn't bear to face myself, and I didn't want to see the disappointment in his face. It was easier just to leave without looking back. We had graduated college, and I had moved back in with my parents, then got a job that would take me as far from Louisiana as possible. I make a cup of coffee, then sit on the balcony for a little while longer before I have to start actually preparing for work. I still get grounds mailed up from Café du Monde. I can't leave all of New Orleans behind. And I've spent so many weekend mornings making beignets, practicing the techniques and right proportions, that I swear I can't tell the difference. My phone dings. Who would text me this early? Ah, Emilia. I shout to myself when I remember. Emilia, my best friend, and Arthur, her longtime boyfriend, have been traveling with their television production company. We've always told each other to just text whenever, since neither of us ever knows which time zone the other is ever in. I'm out of the country as often as I'm in it, whether on a construction site or meeting with clients. I'm still adjusting to Eastern time after my trip to Singapore 2 weeks ago. I quickly unlock the phone to see the message. The first message is a picture of a beautiful round-cut diamond ring, surrounded by smaller diamonds, on her long, dark fingers. I find myself squealing, jumping up and down a little bit. Then I remember that I have neighbors. Congratulations to both of you. The ring is so beautiful. I write back with a string of emojis. It's August 12th, she responds in seconds. I look at my phone calendar just to make sure I'm not hallucinating. Yep, 3 weeks from now. I shake my head, laughing while I'm rolling my eyes. It's just like Amelia to expect everyone to jump to get to New Orleans for her wedding in 3 weeks without any notice. Please tell me you'll come. I know it's short notice, but I need you there. You'll get the real version in the mail any day now. You won't believe the venue. She sends a screenshot of the invitation right after. Arthur Ingram and Amelia LaRue cordially invite you to celebrate their nuptials on Saturday, August 12th, at the Woodland Inn in La Hatch, Louisiana. La Hatch. Our old stomping grounds. We'd go sailing on double dates almost every weekend, a quick drive south of New Orleans, exploring the barrier islands, and heading out to the ocean on days with clear weather. Then we'd camp in a cabin or stay in a little budget hotel. We were inseparable, her and Arthur and me and Ethan. I freeze. Ethan and Arthur became close friends on those trips, as close as me and Amelia. I'm invited, so I have no question that Ethan is too. Going back to New Orleans is hard enough with all of the painful memories of my life there. But facing the most painful memory of all, Ethan, might be too much. Please say you'll come, Liv, and that you'll be a bridesmaid. My fingers hover over the screen, feeling like the pointer of an Ouija board, hoping my fingers will decide so I don't have to. I'm not sure if I can make it. But I'll let you know. Just the thought of being back in New Orleans sends me into a panic. Can I really bring myself to actually return? I barely made it out alive the last time.
Chapter 2. Ethan. And you know the collection guidelines inside and out, right, Hillary? I studied it like the SATs, Mr. Hemingway. We're both in wetsuits, preparing ourselves for a dive that we practically had to sign away our lives to get permission for. Call me Ethan. I can call you Hillary, so it's only fair. Thanks, Mr. Hemingway. Sorry, Ethan. Hillary, a Harvard-trained postdoctoral researcher, laughs a little nervously. I know if anyone can learn the rules, it's you. Still, the fines from UNESCO and Belize would probably be more than the lifetime income of everyone on the anemone. Everyone except me, that is. Although if anyone's smart enough to figure out that I'm a billionaire instead of the threadbare nomad I pretend to be, it's Hillary. She beat out 1,247 applicants to study on the anemone, which means that if she is smart enough to figure it out, she's also smart enough to keep it to herself. All right then, you ready? Even through the reinforced plastic of our scuba masks, I can see her beaming smile. We give 2 thumbs up and jump in. I've done this more than 1,000 times, but it always feels like a baptism. The place I feel most at home is here, whether collecting coral samples or photographing arthropods no one has seen in the last 10 years. No matter how large a crew or scientific team I have, there's no point in owning a marine research company if I can't see and touch the hidden world below. Hillary's head swivels toward me. Are you seeing this, Ethan? She can hear me laugh through my comm system. It's incredible, isn't it? Do people ever get so awed that they forget to actually do the research they're supposed to be doing on their dives? Occasionally, but I think it's just a cover to go in again. We're here to collect coral in some of the most feckin' reefs left. When we take the samples back, we hope to investigate why some corals thrive despite rising temperatures while others crumble. The robin egg blue water centers me. We carefully extract small samples from colonies of staghorn coral species. Some resemble pine cones. Others look like a bouquet of baby corn. I carefully place them in the small protective collection pouches, first before storing them in an oversized collection bag. Sometimes I imagine Olivia here with me, knowing she'd love it. I wonder if she's ever gone diving in a place like this. But those thoughts are fleeting. Now it's more like a ghost of a thought than a real desire to know. It's been too many years for me to actually know what I'd do if she were near me again. Still, thoughts of her drift in and out of my mind, especially during dives like these. After 2 hours under the water, Hillary and I have collected hundreds of samples, each worthy of their own nature documentary. 20 minutes left, a tiny voice says into our headsets. No way, I'd swear that we've only been down here for 20 minutes. That's always how it works, isn't it? I say through the electric hiss. We propel our arms downward and shoot up, then pull on the rope to the ship's ladder. Anytime I see the anemone, a surge of pride goes through me. There's only one thing that's made me prouder. Now the sprint begins. It's a relay race to transfer the coral to the large tanks that perfectly replicate the conditions below us. Our biological research team works on them next. They already have the briefings on what to look for. Sometimes I make use of my fancy Tulane PhD and join them in their analysis. But as the owner of CK Research, a company conducting pioneering research on ocean life, I use my MBA more often. I sit at one of the tables in the lab, far from the action, but close enough to get in on it if there's anything noteworthy. I take a minute to check my email, although I don't know why I'm in such a hurry to let the outside world back in. Usually that only leads to trouble. I almost missed the email from Arthur with the subject line, "Big news," thinking that it's a marketing email or an appeal to give a donation. Hey man, we're finally doing it. Amelia's making an honest man of me. You have to come. It's August 12th in New Orleans. Okay, just outside. Our old stomping grounds, actually. I know it's a tight timeline, but I know you'll go anywhere at a moment's notice, so that excuse doesn't work. So I'll see you there. Amelia sends her love. Arthur. His email doesn't answer the only question I have. Is Olivia going to be there? New Orleans has no meaning to me anymore except for her. The last time I went there was... I don't even remember. A year ago. The city had a big project studying the bayou, and we had a contract for a few weeks. Even then, I almost didn't take the opportunity. Too many memories. The only reason I'm ever in the area is to hole up in Angel Isle, the barrier island I bought initially so that the three of us would have a place just for us. It's the only place I can find peace, but even that comes with heavy memories. It's Angel Isle, after the baby Olivia and I were supposed to have. It was going to be a surprise for after we were married. We weren't engaged officially, but we knew we wanted to spend our lives together. It would be a refuge for us to escape from the rest of the world. Instead, it became a fortress of solitude and a reminder of what I almost had. I try not to think about it that day when everything went dark, but it's impossible not to. Her face streaked with tears in the hospital. Her pregnancy finished at 14 weeks, and the bruises and broken ribs from the car accident that was all my fault. If I hadn't started the argument, she wouldn't have driven in the rain. We found out our child was a girl only after she was already gone. Our angel. It was too much for Olivia. I looked north, knowing that if I had an 800-mile ruler, it would lead exactly to the place where my life began and ended. New Orleans. It's my North Star, even if I can't bring myself to go there. Traveling around the world but never stopping there. It feels like the fulcrum of my universe, but I never have to look. Why can't Arthur and Amelia have their wedding someplace else? Honestly, anywhere else. I'd go to Antarctica instead of New Orleans. Congratulations, I couldn't be happier. I start writing back, wincing at the lie. I'm dying to ask thousands of questions, all involving Olivia. It's been 6 years since I last asked about her, just after she left. Her things were gone from the house we shared. Even then, I assumed she'd be back in a few days. I couldn't fathom her just leaving. After a week with no sign of her return and every call I made going straight to voicemail on the first ring, I got the hint, although I still hoped she would come back. It took a month to stop living in denial. I saw Arthur and Amelia a few weeks after that, and I managed to find the strength to confirm what I knew. She's not coming back, is she? I remember asking. The looks on their faces told me all I needed to know. They shook their heads somberly. She's moved out of the state. I thought about her every day, but I never asked about her again. Should I break my streak now? I look out at the ocean, at the research vessel I own, at the crew working for me. None of it means anything without knowing if she'll be there. Of course, I'll be there. I write. I keep my fingers on the spacebar for several minutes. If we're all in town before the wedding, let's celebrate. I just take a breath and ask it in the bluntest way possible. Is Olivia coming? If it were anyone else, what Olivia did would be unforgivable. And at first, it was. But she was so young back then, and she never dealt with disappointment well. She was so ambitious and perfectionistic. As an architect, she was used to having control over the details of her environment. And then her world dropped out. She blamed herself. For her body was a safe environment that had failed. She was the one who lost control of the car. But I was the one who escalated what should have been a silly argument. I don't know if I'll ever forgive myself. Our baby would be 5 years old now, about to start kindergarten. She'd have stacks of books by her bed about the world's great skyscrapers. I wonder if she'd have her mother's stunning green eyes. Maybe we'd be living in one place, or maybe she'd have a tutor with her as we traveled around the world. We had so many plans that turned to rubble. My email inbox dings. I see the answer in the preview window. Yes, she'll be there. I've escaped great white sharks separated by nothing but a cage of thin metal. I found my way back to a ship that lost its comms in a storm, nearly buried on the ocean floor. But I've never been as terrified in my life as I am now, facing the prospect of seeing her again.
Chapter 3. Olivia. I've barely slept the last 20 hours, between boarding and transferring flights from Heathrow to Chicago O'Hare, and finally Louis Armstrong, New Orleans. There's not enough Xanax in the world to make this journey easy. Outside, you'll see Lake Pontchartrain, an estuary, not a lake, the pilot's voice echoes, while the plane curves around for its landing. Ethan taught me that factoid. Sometimes I feel like Ethan taught me everything, including what real pain feels like. Every piece of trivia and every glimpse of the city reminds me of him. As the messages and photos from yesterday's bachelorette party start popping up on my phone, his haunting presence only intensifies. "Get here soon," Amelia's text says. "I have a sash just waiting for you. Don't make me give it away to a male stripper." A grainy video plays, filled with girls in tiaras and boas, squawking Shania Twain. Amelia and Jamila forward a string of other pictures, including ones from the rehearsal dinner. And I see Ethan. He looks exactly the same. No, better. He's laughing next to Arthur, more restrained than the faces next to him. I can hear his warm laugh. I strategically scheduled a client meeting to get out of being a bridesmaid, but I couldn't miss the whole thing, although I thought about it. Even as I'm picking up the rental car, I'm still thinking about it. I could drive off to Florida, never to be seen again. As much as I've let Amelia down over the years, that would be too far. It's amazing anyone still talks to me truthfully. I wouldn't. Seeing Ethan's face, even on a screen, reminds me of exactly why I left. He can devour my heart whole. After losing the baby, I instinctively took the easy way out like I always do. I shut the world out so it couldn't do it to me first. Coward. Yep, sure am. Woodland Inn, West Point, Alahash. I tell the GPS and confirm the address. Amelia dreamed of having her wedding here one day. Her dream is coming true, but not mine. Get your self-pity out now, Olivia. I indulge in a deeply satisfying pout. I pass the whole panorama of New Orleans as I head south, looking from afar at a world that used to include me. I mentally pinpoint the big house in Marigny we lived in, right near the French Quarter. We moved in during a sweltering heat wave, and the air conditioner was the last item deep inside the moving truck. Once I realized I was pregnant, we started setting up the baby's room. I don't know what became of it. I left before I could find out. I don't even know what he did with the house. To me, it was a coffin, and I had to run to avoid being buried alive. I still feel terrible about the way I ended things. That's why I try to think about it as little as possible. One day it might catch up to me, but I'll delay that for as long as possible. The skyscrapers morph into one-story houses, and marshes give way to the stately hotel just north of Port Sulphur. I pull into the hotel's parking lot past the green lawn. Gravel shakes the whole car as nervousness shakes the rest of me. A few people are enjoying a drink on the front porch. I envy them for their lightness. As soon as I climb the red-carpeted stairs after check-in, I hear shrill voices giggling in a corridor lounge. "Olivia, oh my God." Amelia runs over to me in a white sundress, her hair adorned with a white feathered fascinator, and her lips ruby red. "Oh, Em, you look like you stepped out of 1960s Vogue." I run my hands along her toned brown arms. "Let me look at you. You're the most beautiful bride I've seen." "God, I missed you, Olivia. How long has it been?" She wraps me in an enormous hug. "Paris last year, I think." "Too long. I was so scared you wouldn't make it. All it takes is one hiccup with a flight and boom." I'd never miss it, I say convincingly enough that she doesn't know it's a lie. We're about to go downstairs now for dinner. Put your suitcase up and come down. We'll wait. Oh, no need. Go down without me. I'm so gross from the flight and this humidity. My red curls are coiled so tightly, I'm basically sporting an afro. That's one thing I miss about Canada. You look beautiful and we'll wait. I need to make sure you don't miss it. I can't say no to such a beautiful bride. Just give me a minute. I take the world's quickest shower and put my makeup on in record time. I can't look like a dock worker the first time he sees me in half a decade. I slip into my black silk jumpsuit and finish buckling the back of my red peep-toe pumps as I'm closing my hotel room door, slightly out of breath from the breakneck speed. Wow, that was fast, Amelia says. Olivia, this is Roxanne, Valerie, and Jean. And girls, this is my best friend from college, Olivia. I give them all hugs. I squeal when my friends Jamila and Heather come into the hallway. Arthur's already down there. Amelia leads like always as we follow on her heels. We're fashionably late. Always. I hide behind my friends like the scaredy cat of the group at a haunted house. It's not far from the truth since the hotel is haunted by the specter of my ex. The lighting is dim, but I can see the old photos of the bayou decorating the walls as we walk through the entrance. Wooden chairs surround oak tables inside the restaurant, like we're at an heiress's picnic. The food smells amazing, although it's hard to be around the smell of gumbo. It was my favorite, and I ate so much of it while I recovered. Is the seating assigned? I ask Amelia nervously, pretending to be nonchalant. It is. Don't worry. I got you. Thank you. I silently mouth to her. Still, there's no escape. The tables are small. The men stand up when we get there, and Amelia's parents are on the other end with the other relatives. I can't look away from Ethan, as much as I tell myself to try. He has a gravitational pull that I've never been able to resist. He looks at me intently and nods, radiating pure confidence. I lower my gaze and look away. I was never as strong as him. I sit down and studiously avoid looking. I crack immediately and have to study his face. Somehow he's even more handsome. He's grown into himself, now a sophisticated gentleman, not just an old boyfriend. He'd intimidate me if I didn't know him. Hell, I was in love with him, and he intimidates me. No, Olivia. You failed each other. You're not good together. Oh, but we were. We'd talk for days at a time. Only interrupted by the hottest sex of my life, his body was both a landscape and a precision instrument. He could go all night and endlessly fulfill me. I'm wet just remembering. 6 years later, I can feel his skin. I feel everything, and it fits me perfectly. This is why I never went down the road of reminiscence. One thought of him, and I missed him too much to go on. You can do this, Olivia. You can do this. But more than anything, I want to do him. I can tell from his toned body and sun-kissed skin that he's become the adventurer he always wanted to be. I wish now that I had Googled him, just to know. But it would have been too tempting. And maybe I never would have pulled myself out again once I went down the rabbit hole. If he made his dreams come true when I left, then it was all worthwhile. At least I think so. Maybe. I talk to Jamila, feeling like I'm hiding behind my mother's skirt. Look at that view outside, by the water. All of those egrets. She tells me, but my view isn't outside. It's in here. I glance up, trying to keep it secret. And every time I do, his steady gaze is pointed in my direction. I'm sure he hates me. I would. Jamila keeps talking, and I go in and out of our conversation, and in and out of the trance that Ethan evokes. It's so rewarding working with kids, especially in a place like Trema. I'd love to meet them sometime, I say offhandedly. It all lands in my ears as static. I try to overhear Ethan's baritone, but it's impossible. Arthur pushes in his chair and says bye to Ethan, and I spin my head around to act like I wasn't looking. Arthur throws his arm around Amelia, and I remember how we were the fearsome foursome out on the rowboats. Amelia and I would huddle to talk about our future weddings, mine at a stately mansion in old New Orleans, with centuries of history, hers in a paradise out here on the bayou. "You'll definitely get married first," she'd always tease me. I shake my head at the reality. I take a sip of my cocktail, a hurricane, and try to smile behind it. But my eyes are stinging, and my chest aches every time I see Ethan. The sight of Amelia and Arthur should cancel it out, but it just makes it worse. My heart is overjoyed for her, but that doesn't keep it from breaking. I can't take much more. Arthur, I think I'm going to head up. I've had a long day, and I want to be as present and beautiful tomorrow as this beautiful bride deserves. You'll be gorgeous no matter what, Liv. Amelia gives me a hug goodbye, and I say goodnight to the other girls. I take one last secret look at Ethan. On the porch, I curl into a ball on the chair, hanging my head and making myself small. A gentle hand lands on my back. For a second, I hope it's him, but I immediately know it's not. I know the feel of his hand too well to be confused. It's Amelia. "Are you okay, Liv?" I know that look of concern Amelia gets even without seeing her face. "I'm fine. Promise. You don't want to spend your evening following me around. You're getting married. I'm so happy." I think I convinced her. She kisses me on the cheek, leaving a dab of lipstick. She wipes it from my face. "Don't worry, it'll just look like blush." She gives it one last maternal swipe with her finger, then takes both my hands in hers. "I love you, Olivia. You know that, right?" "Of course. I love you too. Don't let it get to you. He only has as much power as you give him, you know. Try to focus on the wedding and ignore him." "It's not that easy," I say, standing up to pace around the porch. Then I see him, trying to slink away as if he wasn't just listening. Amelia sees him too, and I feel her tense with me. "I've got this, Ethan." Amelia steps between us. "Go back to the dining room." "You two okay?" he asks, gazing at me seriously. I feel both sick and pleased to think maybe he still cares, even a little bit. I wrap my arms around myself protectively. "I'm fine." He turns abruptly, and my stomach lurches when I see anger flash across his face. Getting through this weekend unscathed is not off to a great start. Before I can think of what I want to say to him, he's already stalking away. I tell myself that's for the best. "I'm okay, Amelia. Seriously, go enjoy your celebration." When I'm sure she's back inside, I head to the back and wander the sprawling garden, redolent with lilies, roses, and gardenias. Even this beauty transports me back to the hospital, smelling the bouquets from friends and family. I'm exhausted. Upstairs, I'm almost tempted to fall asleep in my clothes, even my heels. It's not from fatigue as much as despair. I force myself to shower again to relax and then change into pajamas. I never thought I'd be grateful for jet lag. I just pray that I have a reprieve from the nightmares before the new nightmare that I'm dreading. I'll wake up to tomorrow.
Chapter 4. Ethan. Olivia's hair is glowing under the dim lights. I'm mesmerized as I watch the locks move like live fire, the auburn deep and warm. It's longer than I remember. The thought shouldn't send a pang through me, but it does. It's a reminder of how long it's been since I've last seen her, and it makes my gut twist. I shift uncomfortably in my seat as I try to push the feeling away, and a flash of green meets my eyes. Olivia looks away just as quickly as she'd glanced at me, but it's long enough to set me ablaze. Damn, I need to stop staring. But how do I pry my eyes away from someone who has been haunting me for years? A small part of me is afraid that she'll vanish the second I let her out of my sight. and I'll be left more wrecked than I was before. Are you trying to establish a mental link, ESP? I jump, turning to see Arthur leaning in too close to me. His eyebrows are raised and there's a small smirk on his face, but I can read him well enough to note the flash of concern in his eyes. What? I say a beat too late as I finally put together what he just said. He leans back in his chair, but his head is still tilted to me, his voice low enough that I don't think we're heard over the chatter around the table. You've been staring at her for 20 minutes straight, Ethan. I scoff, lifting my glass to my lips to try and cool the heat scorching up my neck. I was zoned out. Zoned in, more like. He raises his glass and grins. I grind my teeth, trying to remind myself to be polite. It's not his fault she's here. We're both supposed to be celebrating the happy couple, even if the words feel bitter on my tongue. And... I snap. And I know it's just to hide the fact that he caught me. I hadn't intended to be watching her so close, and I didn't know anyone would take notice. Just like Olivia doesn't think I've noticed her eyes flicking to me routinely. But oh, they have. She can't fool me. She never could. I swallow hard as she does it again. The urge to round this table and pull her away is blinding. I grip the arm of my chair until my knuckles turn white, trying to remember why she's not mine anymore. But she is. She's always been mine, and that's why this long separation has been so hard. I can't get her out of my brain. And maybe you need to turn it down. Arthur chuckles. You're being... intense. I half consider not answering. It's not any of his business to begin with, although that's his dynamic. Always the jokester, even when nothing's funny. That's part of my charm. I'll stop when I'm good and ready. His head snaps to me. Really? Look, it's not easy for me, dude. I bark. You're marrying the love of your life. Just back off. He backs away physically, and hopefully, he'll back off emotionally too. His gaze slides to Olivia before shifting back to me, and he gives me a sharp nod before leaning back into his chair. He wraps his arm around his bride's shoulder, and Amelia tips her head up to look at him with a bright smile. Well, damn. That's hard to watch. I rip my eyes away from the pair, and I can't help myself. I glance back at Olivia. She is absolutely glowing. I hate to say it, but the years have done her well. She's even more beautiful than the last time I saw her. No, ethereal. Every smile, every laugh, even as she lifts her glass of water. It all does something to me. She tips her head back with a laugh, and the sound is so violently familiar that I swear I feel my chest cleave in half. I swallow hard, trying to contain myself, but I'm struggling really hard. How do you act like the other half of your damn soul is a stranger? Yes, she's a little different now. More mature for sure. But I know every movement she's going to make just before she does. Just like how she's about to lean forward, check, and prop her hand in her palm. Check. It's her go-to move when listening to a story. So how do you know Arthur? A man next to me asks. Olivia's eyes cut in my direction at the same time, and the pulsing demand to take her to remind her who she belongs to slams into me. But then the bridesmaid to her left says something, pulling her gaze away, and the moment is broken. I turn to the man who spoke, already forgetting his words, but he's wrapped in another conversation, his interest in me fleeting. Thank God. I have no desire to take part in meaningless conversation tonight. The scrape of a chair along the floor has my neck snapping back in Olivia's direction, and she's already standing. No, I'm sure, she's saying, turning away from the table. But Amelia is already following her, and my gut clenches. What happened? My fists curl into a ball, and I get up as well. Leaving so soon? Arthur asks, though his expression tells me he knows exactly where I'm going. I shrug as I button my jacket closed. What can I say? I'm used to rising and setting with the sun. I clap him on the shoulder. I'll see you tomorrow. I don't wait for an answer as I turn away, striding out of the room and in the direction that Amelia and Olivia had taken off in. Anger and desire shoot through me with each step, and I'm suffocating with the need to just talk to her to know she's okay. Even when I'm angry with her, even when she's broken my heart, I can't ward off the desire to protect her. Olivia's voice floats through the air. It's not hard for me to find her and Amelia on the porch. "Ignore him," Amelia is saying, holding her hands to Olivia's shoulders. It's not that easy. Olivia sounds both sad and exasperated, and I turn the corner, trying to remain unseen. But they both freeze. Olivia goes ramrod straight when she sees me, and it hits me full on. It's me. "I've got this, Ethan." Amelia steps between us like she's shielding Olivia from me. "Go back to the dining room." Is she actually serious? I look over her shoulder at Olivia. "You two okay?" She wraps her arms around herself, drawing in. "I'm fine." It's a punch to the gut, and I rock back on my heels. I clench my jaw and nod, swallowing hard, fists balling again. I turn and storm toward the front of the building instead. I make it outside, but the cool air does nothing but fan the fire building in me. I drag my hand down the front of my face. What a goddamn idiot. That's what I am. The dumbest man on this planet for agreeing to come to this. Pacing back and forth, I contemplate what I should do. I don't really want to leave, not yet. Even if Olivia doesn't want me around, I can't bear to walk away from her. And I don't want her to have the satisfaction. But is going back really the best option? I blow out a breath and stop on one side of the building, leaning back against the wall. The cold stone bites through my clothes, and I close my eyes, letting it ground me. The click of heels has them flying back open, and I watch as Olivia storms straight past me, not even seeing me. I wait a beat, watching for Amelia, but she never comes. And it might be the dumbest goddamn thing to do right now, but I follow her. Olivia slips into the gardens, and I keep a distance behind her. I'm not sure if I should approach or what I would even say. I'm still stunned by the way she looked at me. She was glancing at me all night. But was I wrong? Did she find me watching her as intense as Arthur said? I thought she was checking me out, too. I don't exactly look like I did back then, thank God. The wind picks up, the ocean breeze filling my senses. For a moment, I stop, rocking back on my heels as I contemplate just leaving. This is all a big mess, and it might be better to just go for a swim, blow off some steam, and try to forget this whole night. Yet, as soon as she's almost out of my sight, I start walking again. Even I know that this is towing the line of creepy. Opening my mouth, I consider calling out to her. Want to at least explain that I'm not trying to upset her. But soon I'm rounding through the gardens and the exit is just up ahead. I stop just as she slips out, heading toward the hotel. And just like before, she leaves, and I can't stop her. And just like before, maybe it's for the best. As I replay her expression in the hall over and over, it hits me hard. The entire night flashes behind my eyes as I think about how she looked over so many times but refused to meet my gaze, then took off and shrank away from me. She's the one who walked away before, not me, and she's the one who walked away now. She's making me feel like I did something wrong just by existing in her vicinity, as if she's not the one who left without a word 6 years ago, as if I wronged her, instead of the other way around. Why would I want to be around that? That's how I managed to survive what she put me through. And I'll survive it again, assuming I survive the next few days I have to see her. I stay frozen outside the hotel, staring after her, even as everything in me screams at me to run after her. The rational part of me knows it's just about the worst thing I can do. Shaking my head, I turn away. I can't keep coming after her. If she's determined to go, I'm not going to keep trying to stop her. I'm done with that.
Chapter 5. Olivia. I couldn't be happier for Amelia today, but I probably couldn't be worse at showing it. A body language expert could have a field day with my sporadic smiles, my moments of fear, and my periodic looks of anxiety and remorse. I chose a summer dress for the ceremony, simple but fun, letting my festive clothing make up for my sour demeanor. I pair it with a pair of ruby red slingback sandals. It could have been worse. After the catastrophe last night of being seated so close to Ethan, I begged Amelia to make sure we weren't seated at the same table for the reception. After some tense moments with the wedding coordinator at the dinner, Amelia walked over with a smile. "It's done," she said. It's hard to admit a part of me was disappointed, but it's dangerous to be too close to Ethan. I'll lose myself in wanting to be with him again. I arrive as late as possible, so I can spot Ethan and sit wherever he isn't. I walk into the packed venue. Thank goodness. Seated toward the front, I see the back of Ethan's chestnut brown hair and sun-kissed natural caramel highlights. He's closer to the front with a group of friends. There are a few empty spaces in the middle of the opposite side that I can slide into out of sight. The music begins and the procession enters. I stare toward the back, trying as hard as I can not to make any eye contact if Ethan looks my way. When it's time for the bride to enter, we all stand. While watching her make her way to her groom, I lose my discipline, and I catch Ethan's gaze. He holds the stare, and I look away. Our new pattern. I sit down, berating myself for thinking only about myself, not my friend. You are here to support your friends. Be happy for them. Yet my stomach knots up in anguish as Amelia recites her vows. With all my heart, Amelia, take you, Arthur, to be my husband. Amelia's smile widens as she continues, and I can hear her sniffle a little. I promise to be your lover, companion, and friend, your partner in all pursuits, your ally, and your biggest fan. Arthur laughs. Most of the attendees laugh with him. It's probably because everyone knows Amelia has always been his ride or die. It's not anything she really needs to promise. Arthur dips his head toward his soon-to-be wife as he begins to recite his. And I will be your companion in adventure, your comfort through disappointment, your accomplice in mischief, your strength in times of need. I wouldn't notice the change in Ethan's posture if I didn't know him so well, but I see his head move lower. I wonder what it's like for him these days. He's probably found someone else by now. I start getting visions of a girl he's maybe just started dating, not seriously enough to bring to an out-of-town wedding, but maybe he's thinking of her now. Stop, Olivia. Focus on them. I will listen with understanding and trust you completely, Arthur declares. The look of complete faith and surrender on Amelia's face twists my insides with both joy and sadness, and the tears start streaming. Please, be close to the end. The rest of the wedding ceremony goes by in a flash. At the reception, I let out a sigh of relief when I see the scratched out number 2 on the place card change to table 14. I'm nowhere near Ethan. Unfortunately, I'm also nowhere near the newlyweds. I'm seated toward the back near the entrance with an unfamiliar group of people. Do you know Amelia or Arthur? Someone asks me. I smile absently and respond. I'm friends with both. We work with Arthur. Are you a co-worker with Amelia? We're trying to figure out how people wound up getting assigned. I'm an old friend of Amelia's. And you're not up front with the other school friends? I changed my mind about attending last minute. I'm lucky I got a seat. I give a warm smile, but at the same time I start turning to look at the buffet so I don't have to talk more. I don't exactly want to say, the wedding planner messed up, and I nearly got stuck with my ex-love of my life. We get our food from the buffet in numerical order by table, and I watch as Ethan gets up. He's talking with other college friends. His back turned so he doesn't know I see him. Can't sneak any secret glances for now. Or I can sneak all of them, just with a view from behind. God, his ass is still perfect. I duck down, pretending to tie my shoelace that I'm not actually wearing when he leaves the buffet table to avoid having to talk to him. But just the proximity makes my heart skip. This is so dangerous. Thank God I'm leaving tomorrow. When I return with my food, I can barely eat. Nausea starts to overwhelm me, and every bite curdles in my stomach. I finally give up and put my fork down. I can't even be in the same room with him without freaking out. Even at the wedding of two of my best friends. What's wrong with me? I remove myself from the table and go outside for some fresh air. The breeze drowns out the sounds of celebration, and the night revives me. I stroll along outside, looking at the marshes where we used to take out the boats together. Me, Ethan, Amelia, and Arthur. I realize I'm crying. Damn wind. I look out and remember the boat rental place about a quarter mile from here. I start walking toward it, thinking about the old days while trying to suppress the memories. As I walk a little closer, the modest shack looms larger, and I can smell the crawdads they sell being grilled in the little stand. It's visible from the front porch of the inn, and I decide to run upstairs to change into more sensible clothes, then take off. We used to come here years ago to rent boats for the day, and I'm pleased to see it's still around. Yes, this is exactly what I need, to sail away and get the hell out of here. Hi there. How you doing this evening? The marina attendant asks me as the screen door slams behind me, louder than I expected. I'm good. Thanks for asking. I look down, then scan the little shack, wondering if I'm actually sane. I know it's a long shot, but do you happen to have any boat rentals available? He sizes me up with a skeptical look, but I maintain my direct gaze. I can check. For when? Have you sailed before? I don't let myself get annoyed at the assumption. I grew up sailing, so yes, I'm looking to rent it right now, or as soon as humanly possible. Judging from the shocked look on his face, it's an unusual request. Well, let me see if I can find an available pilot. Oh, I don't need one. I can navigate myself. Instead of being shocked, he's impressed. I'll need to see your boating license to release the vessel to you. It's current, but I don't have it on me. Why didn't I pack it? I have pictures of it on my phone. Please say that's enough. You don't know the kind of week I've had. Sure. He looks at me again and nods with a smile, showing the lines on his face from the weather. I can tell you have an honest face. Just give me 1 second to look through the computer and step outside to see what I have. He passes by me as I take a seat on one of the battered rattan chairs and pick up an issue of Yachting World magazine that looks like it came out when I was about 10 years old. After a few moments, the screen door swings back open. I don't have any pontoons, but I do have a little pocket yacht. That's perfect. I'll start prepping it for you then, ma'am. I only register what he says after he's left to the pier. He probably doesn't realize I could help with whatever preparation he needs. I contemplate going back to the inn to say goodbye, but I can't. If I go back, I might not have the strength to pull myself away from Ethan again. Besides, my friends are used to having me go MIA. If I can leave the man I loved without saying anything, leaving a party early is nothing. Besides, they know how hard it was for me to see him. If anything, they'd be surprised if I stayed all night at the reception. Your boat's all ready, Miss Sainston? Oh, good. You're a lifesaver, you know. Hopefully it won't come to that. The attendant winks. We go over safety protocols and other safety provisions and quirks to know about this particular vessel. It's funny, when I saw you, I thought, this girl does not look like a sailor. But I love being proved wrong, especially when it's a beautiful young woman. You're too kind. Nah, just honest. And Sainston. That name sounds familiar. That building downtown in the business district was the name? Octavia Sainston. My mother. Yes. Tell her I'm a fan. Normally I don't like big buildings, but hers. She's something, isn't she? I imagine you are too, so I'll see you in a week. Take good care of her, okay? Like she's my very own. I suddenly see Ethan's face, and I think of whether our baby would have looked like him. I'd quickly banish the thought. but I can't escape the image of his face this evening. He's as gorgeous as ever. Piloting the yacht turns out to be just what I need. The water always calms me, especially when I'm sailing alone. It doesn't matter whether I'm on the river, the lake, the bay, or the ocean. Ethan's always been the same way. There's no use going back and revisiting the past. Time to sail on, Liv. I get further out into Billet Bay, just a short drive from Port Sulphur where I entered. I notice the flat clouds above me getting lower and thicker. The winds start picking up and the temperature starts to drop, along with the barometric pressure. It looks like a storm is coming. The rumble of thunder, lightning flash, and subsequent heavy rain confirms it. I'm too far from the harbor to return. I decide to ride it out. I check the radio for the Coast Guard weather announcements, turn on my navigation lights, and reduce my speed. Afterward, I head into the wind and waves at a 45-degree angle with textbook precision. As if that will save me from capsizing. Or worse. There are a bunch of tiny islands around here, ones I used to explore with Ethan. We used to talk about buying one. It would be ironic if I spent my last hours on Earth there. I decide to wait for the storm to pass, near an island I remember going to with Ethan. It's been so many years, but I remember it like I have a road map leading me. An ominous pool of water gathers on the deck, and it's not draining. All the while, the storm is getting worse. I grab the ditch bag in case I need to abandon ship. I didn't come all the way down to New Orleans just to drown.
Chapter 6. Ethan. I set the empty glass down on the table and contemplate going to the bar. Again, a throbbing has already started up behind my eyes, reminding me that my body can't keep up with this level of drinking anymore. I've crested 30, and that means getting drunk to avoid my problems only leaves me feeling sick and more miserable than I would have been had I not come. My eyes cut toward Olivia across the room, her back to me, and her head tipped back in laughter. God, she is so beautiful, even though I can tell from here that her shoulders are too tense, and she keeps clenching her jaw. She's uncomfortable too, and a part of me wants to go to her. Which is precisely why I have to get the hell out of here. Having a good time? I have just enough time to wipe the scowl off my face as Arthur's hand comes down on my shoulder and I muster up a smile. It's sad, and I'm sure he can see through it, but at least I'm not trying to rub my misery in his face. It's a lovely wedding. I nod, not meeting his eyes and choosing to stare out across the dance floor. You and Amelia look so happy. We are. I can feel Arthur sidle closer, but I refuse to look his way. The same can't be said about you, though. I clear my throat, an uncomfortable feeling starting to strangle me. I'm happy for you. Now Arthur steps in front of me, blocking my view and making it damn near impossible to look anywhere else. Setting my jaw, I finally meet his gaze, and he raises his eyebrows. Anything else you'd like to add? I run my hands through my hair and huff out a sigh, staring slightly to the side of him. I'm afraid I have to leave early. Oh, he shifts into my line of sight. I'm a little surprised that you stayed this long. There's a challenge in his tone, like he knows I won't back down, and I grit my teeth. Maybe there's just enough booze in my system to push me teetering over an edge I'd normally step back from. You knew she'd be here, and I told you beforehand. He's calm, and it enrages me. Honestly, I know anything could right now. Being in the same room with her has been more difficult than I had expected, and it's been setting me on edge. I'm not even sure what I am capable of right now. While the alcohol was supposed to be numbing my pain, it's also melting my resolve. Just mentioning her is almost too much for me. I need to drown the feeling out. I take a step back, pick up my empty glass, and frown. That only makes the anger swirl in my gut, the alcohol igniting it. I don't want to face the other unnamed emotions bubbling up within me. I know, I huff, shaking my head. Tell me what's going on, Ethan. He gives me an earnest look, and for a moment my defense starts to drop. Arthur! I spot Amelia walking toward us, a bright smile on her face, and I have to remember where I am. He turns to look at her, his face softening, and I know I have to get out of here. I'm too much of a mess, and I don't want to ruin this night for him. Look, Arthur, I'm happy for you, but I think it's time for me to go. My ears pick up a laugh I'm too in tune with, and I struggle to swallow. Before I do something I regret. He nods, and I turn on my heel, going to leave. I search the room for Olivia, and I'm relieved and disappointed when someone turns around with the same glowing ebony skin in the soft light, and I realize it isn't her. The old memories flash behind my eyes, while the rest of the scenery passes in a flash as I leave. I'm transported back to the days when we went sailing together, working as a team, going out to calm waters and making love below deck. I'm not even sure I know where I'm going, but my body seems to know just what I need. Before I know it, I'm out at the dock where I parked the small yacht I took here, climbing aboard. I can't bear to be in the same hotel as Olivia, knowing she's only a few floors away from me, sleeping in her bed alone and not with me. Or worse, what if she leaves the wedding with someone? I drag a hand down my face as I stare out across the water, which is starting to whip up lightly. I undo the moorings and open the sails. At the wheel, I'm able to easily navigate the boat through the waters. The wind is picking up as I pilot the small but treacherous stretch of water to my private island. The one I bought for us before it all withered. Easy, I mutter to the boat as it sways beneath my feet. Hopping onto the dock, floodlight on, I start to secure the yacht, a feat that requires gargantuan strength and skill to even begin, much less complete. But I thrive in situations like these. I wrestle with the ropes and anchors, all the more difficult at night, and then finally test all of the points that secure the boat. At least if the boat is destroyed, it won't be from lack of preparation on my part. The door is nearly yanked out of my hand as I lock up and exit the craft, and my windbreaker and hood ripple wildly in the wind. The storm has picked up a lot since I first boarded, and now there's hard, icy rain and hail mixed into the fray. Thank God, I tell myself once I reach the shore. Almost to my little cabin and out of this goddamn monsoon. I take one last look at my yacht, which pitches against the dock even with all my attention to securing it. I'll worry about it tomorrow. In the dark, I look over at the cabin, which by my standards is humble, but for any ordinary camper is a palace. Thank God I called the New Orleans staff last week. Otherwise, I'd be marooned with a half-ton of baked beans instead of a stocked fridge. I head toward the house, picking up my speed. I can't wait to be in my bed, assuming it isn't flooded. Even then, I'm so exhausted I might be able to overlook it. A crash jolts my head back, and I turn toward the cacophony. A smaller yacht pitches forward, bashing against the pier into the rocky beach, careening wildly. For God's sake, I thought I was the only idiot crazy enough to be out here right now. The boat ungracefully bobs up and down, getting closer. I don't know if the pilot has lost control or taken refuge below deck, but the situation looks bad. I eye my own boat, barely moored nearby, wondering how long it would take to get it moving if I need to rescue whoever's inside the other one. As I run in the direction of the boat, the rain pelts harder. I watch, waiting, trying to figure out what to do. The boat pummels against one of the docks with violent force, echoing throughout the island. The boat may be damaged, but the friction slows its wild pitching. I wade into the water where the boat is sloshing in the mud and hang on tight to lift myself up the side. I can barely see. The wind jerks my clothing and threatens to blow me off of the craft. I'm squinting against the onslaught of harsh rain and wind stinging my skin. "Hello, hello!" I shout as I climb aboard. I lose my balance at first and then struggle to regain my footing. I have no idea if whoever's on board, if they still are, can hear me. I really hope I don't have to do a water rescue. Do I have a bullhorn? I look over to my boat, still precariously fixed to the mostly undamaged other dock, but I don't want to have to go over there. I eye the cockpit entrance to the yacht from the deck, trying to see past the sheets of water pouring down to find out if anyone's inside. Hello? Someone there? I scream as loud as possible, but it's a whisper against the screeching wind. I stumble forward, slipping on the rain-soaked deck. I bang on the cockpit door, but no sound comes in return. It's empty. I pull out a small flashlight from my jacket pocket and sweep it around above board. I manage to hold on to the door to the cabin below deck, and I somehow manage to pry it open without the wind throwing me off board or slamming the door in my face. Hello? I call as I make my way down the stairs, trying to go quickly without sliding down the waterfall that's forming. I hear a small moan and instantly point the light toward the sound. Are you okay? I call out. I can't see who made the noise, but the voice reminds me of something. Or someone. I walk further down and try to get a good look at the woman behind a thin wall. Are you hurt? Her auburn hair is still fiery despite being soaked against her ebony skin. She's trembling, clinging to a chair. The words catch in my throat as I take her in. Even drenched in bayou water, she's stunning and unmistakable. The world seems to slow as I take one step forward and then another. My mind has turned foggy. Am I hallucinating? I crouch next to her. It's not my imagination unless I'm having a near-death experience. Her name escapes my mouth. Olivia?
Chapter 7. Olivia. Are you okay? I barely hear the man's voice as he calls from the top of the stairs. I'm still shaking, terrified. Are you hurt? The force of the rain prevents me from seeing the man's face. His features are out of focus and fuzzy. I try to wipe the water from my eyes with my soaking wet coat. It doesn't help. The intense rain continues its assault. He comes closer. Olivia? The man hovers over me, and in the dark, I can barely see, especially with the flashlight in my eyes. How do you know my name? I thought I'd die here. He lowers the flashlight and I see. Maybe I won't die, but I certainly feel like it now. I cannot believe this. Ethan? I try to stand, but my legs are still shaky. What are you doing here? I attempt to stand, and he puts his hand on my arm to help steady me. The touch of his hand makes me weaken involuntarily, my body momentarily overriding my brain. Every pore of my being wants his touch, and every corner of my brain wants him as far away from me as possible. I flinch and try to back away, but my body's too weak to fully move away from him without falling. Falling. That's exactly what I don't want to do. I went sailing to get away from thoughts of him, and here he is staring me in the face. God must have a wicked sense of humor sometimes. I admit, it's nice to have a reason to stare at him without having to pretend to look away. I'm helping you, whether you like it or not, he declares. I'm too drained to argue, as much as I don't want his help. As he helps me down off the boat, a flash of lightning pierces the dark sky, and I let out a yelp. You okay? He takes my arm to help me onto land. I'm fine. I take my arm back. As soon as I say it, a surge of water knocks me completely on my ass, and I go tumbling. The sudden blast of freezing water takes away my breath. Ethan kneels down and pulls me from the water, scooping me up by the waist. I want to push him away, but I can barely move. It's okay, Ethan. I can do it myself. Olivia. He looks at me incredulously. You just got hit by freezing cold water. Even in summer, your body temperature can drop. I'm taking you inside before you're hypothermic. I hesitate, looking around the island. I don't want to have to rely on him. Aren't we trespassing? Is there even anything around here? He lets out a laugh that infuriates me, as if there's some joke I'm not privy to. What's funny? I fold my arms, not wanting him to take my hand again. The island's mine, Olivia. All of it. I have a cabin just beyond the way. He points. Come on. I shake my head, but the idea of a cabin, even one that's leaky and lets the drafts in, sounds like paradise. I was planning to find the place to hunker down, maybe moor the boat. I realize how ridiculous it sounds. Ethan does too. You're not going to die on my island, Olivia. Apart from how stupid it would be, I don't need the legal liability. I scoff, annoyed to be reduced to that. Am I just a legal liability to him? I don't care what you do when the storm's over, but right now, you're coming with me. You can die on your own time if you're really determined. He takes my arm again, and I lose my footing trying to shake him off. He picks me up from the ground and drags me by the hand, marching me like a prisoner of war. Another bolt of lightning strikes, and the rain comes down with a vengeance, stunning me into silence. Even if I wanted to speak, I don't think he could hear me over the sounds of the storm. I can barely see anything until a faint yellow light barely illuminates a trail to the cabin door. The intensity of the wind and rain makes it difficult to see the furniture on the wraparound porch. It's a homey cabin, not a mansion, but not a shack. 2 stories and solidly built, with rain flowing off the sturdy slate roof. He's always at home outdoors, even more than me. But that's why I try to incorporate nature into built structures. I consider that the best of both worlds. His cabin incorporates those principles, clearly built with local and repurposed materials. The house fits his aesthetic perfectly as a minimalist, a backpacker, an outdoorsman, an environmentalist, and a conservationist. I wish I had a place like this that was so perfectly tailored to me. Ethan unlocks the door and holds it open, ushering me in with an arm on my shoulder. In comparison to the pelting rain and wind outside, it feels like a luxury hotel in comparison. I'm still shivering, though, as I stand in the house. I don't need to impose on you. You don't have to help me. I can make do. I'm crossing my arms, trying to warm up. Olivia, just stop. Where would you even sleep? I purse my lips and flare my nostrils. I know I'm at his mercy, but he doesn't have to make me feel so powerless. He softens his voice a little, but I can sense the irritation in his voice as he looks at me. Look, you'll stay here until the storm blows over. I close my eyes and nod almost imperceptibly. He continues. Once things are calmer, you can think of all the ways you can escape. Okay. I may agree to it, but I'm not going to pretend I'm enjoying it. Why didn't I look at the weather reports more carefully? This was so stupid of me. I smile involuntarily. At least I can be happy knowing that Ethan was just as stupid as I am. I'm shaking from each lightning strike. I hate storms. I always have. But after the car accident, they're just harbingers of bad things to come. And I especially hate being stuck in them. Being stuck in a storm with Ethan, on his territory, and subject to his whims, is a new kind of hell. Here we are. Ethan gestures toward the fire and turns on a switch. You can warm up in front of the fireplace. I keep being surprised by the conveniences of the cabin, but every time I do, I remember that Ethan has more money than God, and he can get people to cater to any ridiculous thing he requests. If it can't be done, he'll find a way. The tranquility inside is a world apart from the ruckus just outside the door, but I'm a mess inside and out. Ethan goes into another room. I reach my hands out near the fire, trying to get warmer as I wonder what he's up to. He comes back a moment later with some towels, holding a portable, pocket-sized communications radio, complete with a little hand crank if the batteries die. He presses buttons for different channels and begins speaking, reporting that there's an emergency. Emergency, emergency. I'm on Angel Isle. And he gives a set of coordinates. There is no answer. He tries different channels, and none of them leads to a person who can help. He picks up his cell phone, then instantly puts it back in his pocket, sighing. No bars. He looks at me and shrugs. Not that I get good reception here anyway, hence the radio. I put one towel on my shoulders and use the other to dry my arms and hair, trying to keep the little composure I'm hanging on to. I'm not going to be rescued anytime soon, and in the meantime, I'm stuck with Ethan. If he were the last person on Earth, I would still rather be alone. It brings back too many memories, and it raises too many emotions I'd prefer to keep at bay. I have no idea how I'm going to get out of here, and there's barely any room to get away from him. I hate to think about what the sleeping situation is going to be.
Chapter 8. Ethan. Olivia's eyes dart around the cabin, studying it the way she does any building. I don't think she realizes I can tell exactly what she's doing. She might forget how well I know her. When you think you're going to spend your life with someone, it's hard to forget their habits. But not for her. She didn't want to spend an extra day with me to even say a real goodbye. She just left, like she wants to do again right now, even with her life at stake. I'm just trying to save you from yourself. I laugh a little, thinking about how she'd actually react if I decided to listen to her and let her stay out there. I never would. I hope she knows that. It's not a personal affront to want to help her when her life is at stake. I duck into the bedroom to change into dry clothes. Then I scrounge up an outfit for her. When I come back, she's still warming her hands in front of the fireplace, looking pensive. I have some clothes you can change into if you want. Nothing fancy, but better than sitting around in soaking wet clothes. She bites her lip, and for a moment I think she isn't going to answer at all. Thank you, she finally says quietly. Is there a shower in here? I mean, I'm no stranger to roughing it, not even now. I could go out there with a bar of soap if you have one, but maybe not in the middle of a lightning storm. For a second, she looks like she's going to laugh, but then she seems to think better of it. Despite her little joke, her face clouds over again. I decide not to comment on it. Yes, there's a shower. It's nothing fancy, but it works. Come upstairs and I'll show you. She gets up from her position in front of the fireplace to follow me up the stairs. I show her the bedroom, which has a shower inside of it. Is there hot water? Yes, but that depends on the generator. And in this storm, I have no idea. I wouldn't bet on it. But you know how to rough it still, right? I mean, that's what you said. So cold water's not a problem, I assume? I tease. She gives me a withering look before she pokes her head into the shower. It has a skylight, which means during the day, natural light floods through, and at night you can see the stars. Well, in clear weather, that is. Right now, though, it's black, unless a lighting strike illuminates the outside. This is the shower. Before she can express her displeasure, I anticipate her next question. I'll get a towel and a robe, too, for you to change into while you're in there. She gives me an unsatisfied look, shakes her head, and points toward the shower. I don't want you to look while I'm here. It's dark. There won't be much to see. But what if I need help? Fine. I'll turn it on and then I'll turn around. How am I supposed to see? I'll get a lantern. Just hold on a minute. Was she always this demanding? Did I not notice it? Or is this a new part of her personality? I fetch a rechargeable lantern from a closet in the bedroom and return. Even with the lantern, it's pretty dark in here. How am I supposed to take a goddamn shower? With each question, her voice rises higher. I can't believe how quickly the Olivia I used to know is coming unglued by such a minor obstacle. She sounds almost frantic, like she's on the verge of an anxiety attack. Where did this come from? Is this how she spent the last 6 years? Come on, Olivia, I begin, trying to keep my voice level. I'm sure you've been in a power outage before. You can do this. Just make do. You take a quick shower and dry off. Don't worry, I'll avert my eyes. We're grown-ups. Okay. Her tone says the opposite. Do you want me to go outside in the storm so you can shower in private? That way no one is in the house. Or would you prefer I leave the island to make sure I can't peek? There's no way I'd risk hypothermia just so she can shower under the illusion that she's a princess in a castle. She's an architect, one who broke my heart, who's in denial that she's in a dangerous storm without many options. She just rolls her eyes, hopefully at her own ridiculousness. Somehow I doubt it. Look, Olivia, I hate being in this mess just as much as you. I study her face, and she stays silent. Don't worry, it's temporary. Let me just get some things for you, a robe and towels, and then you can shower to your heart's content, okay? By the side of the lantern light, I see her nod. I go to the loft to grab her the promised items, trying to locate them as quickly as I can in the little available light. Her moodiness might be annoying me, but she's probably pretty cold in her damp clothes. I climb down the ladder from the loft and eye her as I approach, taking sight of her auburn hair and graceful figure. For a moment, I see the woman I was so in love with, rather than the one who left me without so much as a wave goodbye. Who knows what we could have had if we could have started over. Here are the towels. I hand her hers, then point to the cloth bag. And there are blankets in there. There's a basket for them, if you need it. Thanks. I'll take a shower now. She looks at me, gritting her teeth, and motions for me to leave. Can I have some privacy, please? I walk out without turning around and wish for the first time I had installed actual doors, not just frames. I used to like this open floor plan, especially since I was the only one who ever came here. It's my fortress of solitude, not exactly a place for company. Just let me know when you're done and dressed so I can shower, okay? Fine, I hear faintly as the water starts. I sit on the bench in the hall of the tiny upstairs, not wanting to go too far in case she needs help, but careful not to give her any reason to accuse me of looking. Why is she even here? I can't even be alone in my cabin on an island in peace. For God's sake, I can't even use my own shower. Memories of showers we took together come to me like a flood. Even now, I think about how her soft skin must feel underneath the beads of water. I remember those days in the house we shared, stepping into the shower and staring at her beautiful athletic body. I remember the feel of the water as we kissed under the shower head, and how protective I felt of her in my arms. Slow down there, partner. Proceed with caution. She burned me once, and that was when she still wanted to be around me. I can't imagine how cruel she might be now that she can't stand to be in the same room. I've been with other women since Olivia, but no one has held my imagination the way she has. There was always something about her. It's been a few months or so since my last romp, with a sweet woman in the Caribbean who was on vacation, newly divorced and looking for excitement. There was a party after we finished a dive in town, and she joined our group. Harmless fun, no attachments. It's not that I don't want attachments overall. It's just that I don't know if anyone can come close to my attachment to Olivia even still. I hear the shower going behind me and sigh. Get it out of your mind, Ethan. No expectation, no disappointment. It's not going to happen, I just need to convince myself.
Chapter 9. Olivia. I step out of the shower and realize the rain has calmed down. Maybe this is my chance to get out of here. Grabbing a towel from the basket, I quickly dry off and dress. I don't want Ethan to turn around thinking I'm done and see me stark naked. But when I walk out of the shower cubicle, Ethan is nowhere to be found. I don't know why I'd expect him to be, since I've forced him out, but still. Where is he? I crane my head into the hallway and don't see him. I hope he didn't actually go into the storm to prove a point. My mind starts racing with thoughts of all the possible scenarios. Maybe he went to the other end of the island to get away from me. Maybe he's in danger. Ethan, I call out. Over here. I didn't notice the corner nook down at the end of the small hallway. The perfect place to be alone, with a table separating it and seating behind. Oh, okay. I just wasn't sure. I look around, struck by how handsome he looks with some dark stubble on his face. The shower's all yours. Thanks. He passes near me. That close to him, the pheromones send my heart racing. I settle in downstairs next to the tiny hearth, which is still going. It's the only source of light and heat down here. I look at the books he has on the shelf and wander around his kitchen, amazed that he has more than canned and shelf-stable provisions. but I don't want to stay here for long at all. Good God. Does he have staff who stock the fridge every week and then just throw it away when he doesn't come? Designing the homes I do, I see a lot of obscenely wealthy clients, but I'll still never get used to it. I look outside to see the state of the weather. Not that I have to with the rain battering against the windows, but maybe it's slowed down enough for me to leave. I stand up and pace back and forth with a fuzzy blanket over my shoulders, just surveying everything in the cabin in the lantern-lit dark, wishing I weren't stuck here. Even though I enjoy the voyeurism of seeing how Ethan actually lives, I'd trade that to be in my own space right now. What do you think? I startle at Ethan's voice behind me, his hair still wet from the shower. Of what? This situation? It's awful. I continue pacing in irritation. I'd feel stir-crazy anywhere, but hold up with him on his territory, I feel like I need to escape my skin. I meant the house, but either way. Oh, it's nice. But I'm not looking inside. I'm looking at the door, wondering if I should run out now or wait until the tension is unbearable. When I didn't see you, I thought maybe you'd actually gone outside like you said. He laughs, which irritates me all over again. I have enough places inside to be out of the way before resorting to that. He looks me up and down, as if he's devouring me. Even for you, that's a last resort. Even for me, I don't know what that means, and I don't want to know. A few seconds later, lightning illuminates the sky. The rain starts pouring down again. It sounds like a showerhead at full force. Great. Did you say you had a generator here? It's so dark with just the lanterns. Nicer atmosphere, don't you think? Really? That's why? I roll my eyes, though in the dark I don't know if he can see them. No, of course not. Can't run a generator in a big storm. You should know that. The rain, the lightning, the wind. Once it settles, you can turn it on. But there's a built-in gas line from the pipeline? What? Are you kidding? How did you manage? This island used to belong to the military, some kind of secret staging ground for operations. All I know is it was convenient. Oh yeah, super convenient. Better than landing someplace else. We could be out in the bay right now. That might be better than being stuck here. I start pacing again. Am I trying to start an argument with him? Do I want him to have no option other than to put me out? At least my leaving would give us both peace. Ethan makes his way to the love seat by the fireplace. He sighs and sits down. I don't think pacing is going to make it end any faster. Why don't you sit? Try to take your mind off of things. Are you serious? Do you have any better ideas? I shrug and make a show of pacing on more time before landing on the far end of the couch, away from him. Fine. But as soon as the rain stops, I'm finding other accommodations. Good luck with that. This is about the only game in town on this island. I stand up in defiance, almost as soon as I sat. I turn my head in his direction. Well, then I'll build my own house. Plenty of materials. It's what I went to school for. Oh my God, you can't be serious. He leans over toward me, staring and quietly laughing to himself. You haven't changed at all. You're just as stubborn as ever. I pivot my body toward him and start to protest. Stubborn, You may know what works, how it works, and how to put it together, but you have never gotten your hands dirty. You deal in design, angles, proportions, plans. You're not a construction worker. You're not a civil engineer either. I've built houses with other people for charities. You don't know, and I don't care. Just take my help, Olivia. I'm not going to do anything except try to save you from yourself. I head to the front door, not letting go of the handle. The desire to run away is overwhelming. Come back and sit by the fire, please. You'll feel better. The crackle of the fire and the pounding of rain are the only sounds for several seconds. After an unbearable silence between us, Ethan stands up and slowly walks toward me. "Please, Olivia, sit down." He pulls me by the arm to the undersized sofa, and I try to resist. "Stop pulling me." Thunder crashes and lightning streaks across the windows, and I scream. Holding Ethan's hand tighter, I spring over and find myself holding onto him on the love seat. Without thought, I grab him, and he puts a comforting arm around me. I can sense him looking down at me in the silence. I look up just enough to see that he's still staring, and I back away to the other side of the seating. He has a faraway look in his eyes that I can see more clearly. Ethan smiles at me, looks down, and then looks up, shaking his head. "What?" I ask him. "You're still the same." My eyebrows arch up. "Still the same how?" "Still just as scared of storms." He pauses and tilts his head. "And still full of bravado." "I'm not scared," I mumble, inching further away. "Sure you are. You get scared and you run. You don't want to let anyone see you afraid." I tense up, trying to argue and failing. "No, I think he's talking about more than the storm, and I don't want to look deep enough inside myself to find out if he's right." I walk past him and move to the fireplace to get away from his gaze that sees right through me. The warmth of the fire feels good. So does the warmth of his arms, but I don't want to succumb. I need to keep my distance from him. If I can't physically, then I'll just try to avoid speaking for the next few, God, how many days might we be here? You were always afraid of storms, and the easiest way to tell you're afraid of anything is that you try your hardest to pretend you're not afraid. You've always done that. I remember... Don't bring up the past, Ethan. I sit down on the far end of the love seat again and silently hold my knees while warming myself. Ethan sighs and moves further onto the arm of the love seat, not saying a word. We sit like this for a long time. Both of us stare into the fire, not daring to look at the other. He breaks the silence with a question. "So where were you headed anyway in that boat?" I look at him without moving my head. "Not here." "Uh-huh. So where?" "Anywhere that wasn't the wedding. I had to get away." "Of course you did. Did you get a chance to wish the bride and groom well before you left?" "I didn't just run away, if that's what you're asking." "Just making conversation." "Well, it's not a great topic for one." As I sit staring at the fire, I feel my eyes getting heavy. I let my eyes close. Maybe when they open, I'll find that this is a dream and he'll be gone. When I open them, he's still there. "You don't have to worry, Olivia. I won't let anything happen to you." I hear him say while I rest my heavy lids. "Even if you insist otherwise." Ethan's voice sounds more distant, like he's wandering outside in the storm like I half wanted to. What was I thinking? Just running into the wild without a plan? Now and before. He's right. It's not just a bad moment. It's a pattern with me. What do I expect to happen? When I open my eyes, everything is blurry. I blink for about 2 minutes trying to focus, but the den looks different. Looking to my right, I see a set of drawn curtains and a nightstand with a glass of water in front of a lamp. I look at the long-sleeved t-shirt and shorts on the chair. Right, my yacht is still wrecked, and I'm still trapped in a cabin with Ethan. I'm upstairs in his bed, but where is he? What am I doing? My shoulders tense in a panic and try to recall what happened after I dozed off. Not coming up with any answers, I lean over to the curtains from my position in bed and bat at them pathetically. It's morning.
Chapter 10. Ethan. "You look like a zombie," I tell her, smiling as I walk back into the room, seeing that she's awake. I hold up my hand. No need to get up. Even at her most zombie-like, Olivia's beautiful. I'm fine. She stares at me with bloodshot eyes. Her normally luxurious hair sticks to her face in messy, thin strands. She tries to push herself off the bed onto wobbly legs. I adopt a gentler tone, touching her shoulder to try to urge her back into the bed. You're not fine. You were burning up. You don't remember? She only replies with a blank expression. I carried you to bed. Stay here and sleep it off. Here, let me feel your forehead. I make my way to her side of the bed. She shakes her head and flinches. No, I'm fine. I can take care of myself. You said when the rain stopped, I could be on my way. Well, look outside. Olivia. I look at her incredulously. You can barely stand up. Just stick around for another day or two to make sure it's actually over and to rest up. I have clean water, warm blankets, and a roof, and food. There's no reason not to stay. She shambles toward the door of the room. I'm not one of your research assistants. You don't get to tell me what to do. Where are you even going? The exasperation is starting to creep into my voice. You're just going to, pick a direction and start walking? She turns back to me and sneers. Pretty much, yeah. I hold my tongue as she wanders down the stairs and into the kitchen, using the counter to hold herself up. I follow behind. You're going to build a shelter with some sticks and leaves. Maybe even a duplex if you find some bamboo. She ignores me and keeps shuffling forward. Maybe I can talk some sense into her. Look, you can barely stand up on your own strength right now, and you think you can build a structure? You're being absolutely ridiculous, Olivia. You have no choice. Olivia turns on her heels and stares daggers at me with her reddened eyes. I always have a choice. And if my choice is to rot instead of to stay here, I'm perfectly entitled to make it. And that's what I intend to do. My jaw clenches as I watch her slowly march out of the cabin. So, what if she wants to wander across the beach when she's clearly ill? Why is that my responsibility? I can honestly say I tried. I try to push it out of my head by making a cup of coffee. As I stir, the dark liquid swirls in the mug like a whirlpool. I think of the ones I saw in New Zealand up close, off the South Island. They had a nearly inescapable pull, but it will pull you down to rock bottom. If you hold your breath and fight with all your strength, you'll die, killing yourself from your own exertion. You will not win against a whirlpool, but if you let it pull you under, you can break free, then swim up outside of it. God damn it. I wait a few minutes, sip my coffee, eat some food, and wait. If I go out now and demand she come back, she'll stay there all day. If I come out after she realizes she needs help, then I have a chance. There's no sunlight peeking through the black clouds overhead. A harsh wind sweeps across the beach, promising the imminent arrival of another storm. I scan the area for signs of her, not seeing her tall figure walking on the beach or closer inland. I walk down to the water and see a set of footprints leading to a small clearing with a view of the water, New Orleans invisible in the distance. Olivia is huddled next to a large rock, shivering. She has her arms wrapped around her knees and her teeth are chattering. The distant drum of thunder echoes ominously as I kneel down next to her. I just needed to take a quick break, she whispers weakly as she shows me the stick in her hand. And then I'll finish the outer wall. I take the stick from her. I hate to break it to you, but that storm would knock this down in a heartbeat. So what? She tries to pull herself up off the ground. So come back to the cabin, I tell her as I throw the stick into the brush. I'll set up a tent for myself and stay there. She raises an eyebrow at me. I have a big sturdy tent that I can set up outside. It'll hold up in the rain well if I can set it up in time, I explain. You can have the house. Her lips curl with an expression that looks like pure hatred. That's how far we've fallen from the days when we shared a bed together. Now she won't even sleep in a bed if it's within 20 feet of me. No. She pushes herself back up onto her feet. I'm fine. Her knees wobble and give out. Her face is less than an inch away from smashing into the rock when I manage to catch her. The heat radiates off her body as she collapses in my arms. I place my palm on her forehead. Olivia, you're practically on fire. Come back to the house. I put my arms around her to help her stand, and even then she struggles to get loose. But she's making herself risk falling more than loosening my grip on her. Her thrashing stops and she collapses in my arms, sobbing. Just let me go, please. Olivia, I say softly, looking into her green eyes. Your teeth are chattering. Shut up, she stammers, her jaw tense from the shivering. Even in normal times, you'd need to stay in bed and rest. Please. This is for you, not for me. It might be a while until we get to leave. So save your strength. She stays silent but doesn't push against me any longer. I wrap my coat around her shoulders and lead her back toward the safety of the cabin. The first drops of the returning rain start to land on my shoulders as we reach the front door. It's already a downpour once we're walking in. I walk with her through the kitchen in silence and I guide her up the stairs to the bedroom. She sits down on the bed in daze, looking as if even blinking requires effort. She doesn't react in any way as I pull the coat off and hang it in the closet. Can I get you anything? I turn to see if she has an answer. She only continues to stare into the distance. I sigh and kneel down to take off her shoes. I carefully lean her back onto the bed, and she promptly closes her eyes. I pull the quilt up to cover her shoulders, and I slump onto the floor. My head falls heavy into my hands. This is not where I expected to end up when the weekend started. Having Olivia Saintston back in my bed should feel like a victory, but this is not what I imagined, and the two of us are not the same people. We should figure out how to get along, I whisper, mostly to myself, though I hope that her subconscious will hear. It could be a while, maybe a week. I don't want to be here at all, but if I do have to be, I don't want to spend it fighting with my ex like cats and dogs. I'd rather walk into the ocean. Her breathing becomes heavy as she drifts further into sleep. Hopefully after a decent rest, whatever this is will pass quickly. She rolls over in the bed, and I look up from the floor at her peaceful, angelic face, the same one that had been twisted in anger earlier. She really is a good person at heart, no matter how much of a brat she can be when she's unhappy. I push myself up to see her face better. With her body finally relaxed, the harsh lines of tension have eased from her face. I take a few seconds to study her, admiring her smile lines, hopefully from happiness, that accentuate her still girlish beauty. I start to reach out to brush her cheek. Just in time, I pull my hand back, remembering. That's not who we are anymore. If there was ever any doubt, this last argument should make that clear.
Chapter 11. Olivia. I wonder how long I've been in this bed. My mind is so hazy, like the fever is making it overheat and malfunction. I just want to get up and move around, but my body won't let me. I can turn toward the door frame when I hear a sound, and I can open my mouth a little bit, but not enough to let out words. I've been taken hostage by some sort of illness, and it's making a horrible experience even worse. Ethan emerges out of my foggy vision to put a straw between my lips. You have to stay hydrated. That's priority number 1. The water feels good, cooling my throat on the way down. Ethan has been making sure that I get enough water to drink, and he changes my blankets when my sweat starts to soak through them. He doesn't say much when he comes in besides announcing what he's about to do, and he barely looks at me. I said something awful to him. It's lost somewhere in the haze, but I know I've been cruel. Still, he comes in here and makes sure I'm okay. Thank you, I managed to croak out after a big sip. The water is helping loosen up my jaw to get it working again. That must be how the Tin Man felt. He puts the cup on the side table. For what? For keeping me alive, I want to tell him. For not listening to me when I said to let me go, and for enduring whatever horrible things I screamed. For being a better person. For the water. You're welcome. He disappears back into the darkness, leaving me alone again, I could roll back over and go to sleep, but I'm starting to feel stronger. At least, I think I am. I test things out slowly by propping myself up on one elbow. Once that feels steady, I try to push up to a seated position. From this slightly higher position, I can look out the window. The rain has stopped again, but the wind is still whipping the waves into a frenzy. Anything set out into that water would be carried away to who knows where. "Whoa, nice driftwood," he said to me that first day we met. I looked up from my sketchbook to see his pure blue eyes staring down. I was instantly smitten. He pulled the chair from the desk in front of mine and sat in it backwards, arms resting on my desk. Our history class wasn't starting for another 10 minutes, so I hadn't been expecting anybody else to come into the room, especially not this handsome white man with messy hair and a carefree smile. He placed a finger on the page. "That looks exactly like the one on Pontchartrain Beach." "Thanks," I said as I felt the blood rush to my face. "That's actually what I'm drawing. I went for a walk on the beach yesterday and thought it had an interesting shape." "Wow, that's amazing. Ever wonder where it came from?" I blinked at him. "The driftwood, you mean?" "Yeah. That one tree could have traveled over 1,000 miles to end up on that beach. It's crazy to think, right? With the right set of circumstances, water could have taken that tree anywhere in the world, but it brought it here." His enthusiasm was endearing. I ripped the page out of my sketchbook and handed it to him. "Here. You seem like you'll appreciate it more than anyone else will." "Hey, thanks. Would you mind signing it?" "Of course not," I said. Moving my eyes downward, I turned the paper over and wrote my name. Then underneath that, I wrote my phone number. He smiled. "How did you know I was going to ask for that next?" I shake away the cobwebs and wonder if we have phone service again. I try to put my weight onto my legs so I can stand up and look for my phone, but they're still too wobbly. I fall back down on the bed and throw a pillow in frustration. Damn it. "I'm just going to have to get it again," I complain, looking dejectedly at the pillow. I stare at the walls. I hadn't noticed before how bare they are in this room. No pictures, no mementos. In the old house, the one that was going to be ours, Ethan had put my beach drawing in a frame. "I'm going to hang this in the baby's room," he told me. I couldn't believe he had kept it all that time. Nursery decorations are supposed to be things like animals and the alphabet. He shrugged. "Then maybe you should start designing houses that look like elephants, and we can put those drawings up instead." I had walked my fingers up his chest. "Or we could hold off on decorating. Pretty soon I'll be too big for you to wrap your arms around. So maybe you should take advantage." A crash of thunder draws my attention back to the window. The storm is starting up again, and I doubt service out here is even possible in good times, much less during a storm. And it's probably dead anyway. Dead. I had wished that I had died too, when it happened. I almost did. I couldn't understand how the rest of the world could decide to keep moving. I would lay there in my hospital bed, and nurses would say things like, "We'll get you home soon." I didn't want to go home. I didn't want to go anywhere. Home didn't exist. I wanted to just fade away. Ethan wouldn't let me. He visited the hospital every day, filling the corners with flowers and stuffed animals. He sat in the chair next to my bed and read me the newspaper, magazines, anything to take my mind off of what happened. Much like back then, Ethan walks into the room, now carrying a bowl on a small tray. "Oh, you're sitting up. That's a good sign. I brought you something to eat." I snap at him. I don't want to eat. I don't even recognize my own voice or this nasty side of myself, but something about the parallels between now and the worst moment of my life make it impossible to fend off. He takes a deep breath to calm his nerves. "It's chicken noodle soup, and it's good, I promise. You'll like it." "No, that's really okay, Ethan. I don't want. I hold up my arms to refuse, and an arc of yellow liquid rises off the tray as if in slow motion. The tray and bowl are on the ground, with noodles, vegetables, and chunks of chicken are strewn everywhere. Steam rises off the puddles of broth. I look over at Ethan and see that he is drenched in the hot liquid. I hope he's not badly hurt. I'm such an idiot. Oh no, damn it, Ethan. It's fine. It's okay. Don't worry. He quickly rushes into the bathroom. I can hear him letting out a pained breath when he thinks he's out of earshot. I plant my feet on the floor and push myself off the bed. I come a breath away from falling, but I catch my balance at the last possible moment. With a good amount of effort, I pick my head up and straighten myself out. Stepping carefully to avoid the puddles, I navigate my way out of the room, looking for a first aid kit. I have to stop in the doorframe to catch my breath. I go to the kitchen and rummage through the drawers, not sure what I'll find in any of them. Finally, I come across a rudimentary first aid kit under the sink, remembering where he used to keep things like that when we were together. I asked why he didn't keep them in the bathroom, and he said it's because accidents happen in the kitchen. I suggested we have one in each location, and he just laughed. I creep back upstairs and back into the bedroom, then join him in the bathroom inside. "Ethan," I call out. I don't hear a reply, but I walk closer to the bathroom. The door is open a crack, and I pause for a moment, steadying myself and studying him. He's taken his shirt off and is running his hand under the tap. The taut musculature of his arms are even more defined than when we were together. I almost have to look away for a moment to keep stable. I hold up the kit. "I found this in the kitchen." He looks at me using the mirror, making eye contact, and I can see the creases in his eyes smiling. "Of course you did. Let me help you." He tells me to proceed with a nod and winces as he holds his forearm under the water. "Okay." He quickly pats his hand dry and holds it out to me. It's bright red. I fumble with the latch to the case. Everything still looks a little fuzzy. I squint to help focus my eyes and get the kit open. Inside, I find a small tube of ointment. I squeeze a circle onto his waiting palm and start to rub the medicine in. I can't bring myself to look him in the eye. I don't know what's happening. This isn't me. He grunts under his breath as I touch the more tender parts of his hand. I don't know if it's the fever or the stress or something else. I tell him. I don't even know what I was saying or doing half the time, but there's no excuse for it. "Olivia." He nods, holding out his arm to mine. There's a look of understanding on his face that equally calms and terrifies me. I finally look him in the eye. "Ethan, I'm sorry."
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vic Savon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 12. Ethan. I grit my teeth as I glare at myself in the mirror. My nostrils flare at the sting of the burn. Yes, my hand hurts, but that's not what has me most irritated. Olivia has been a total nightmare when all I've tried to do is help her survive under horrible conditions. And now this. It's been enough trying to manage my desire for her, my anger with her, and the emotion she stirs in me. But my patience is really being tested, and this is not helping. At the same time, it feels almost like karma, because I suspect a lot of the anger she's unleashing now is aimed in my direction for a reason, even if I don't know just what it's about. The soft pad of her footsteps has me tensing. My muscles strain as I see Olivia in the doorway. She pauses, her eyes lingering along my frame, before stepping inside and setting the first aid kit on the counter. Without a word, she moves toward me, pulling my hands from the bathroom counter. I let her turn me so that we're facing one another. I suck in a breath as she smooths ointment over my hand, but I hold still, letting her continue. I hope she can't see how just the touch of her hand makes my body react. Her apology produces an even deeper reaction. I can barely speak. I take a deep breath as Olivia looks up at me, making eye contact in the mirror. "Olivia," I start, my voice deep but soft. "I appreciate your apology." Her facial features soften, and it loosens something in my chest. I don't say anything as she keeps smoothing over the skin. "Let's try to find a way to move forward, especially if we're going to be stuck here." I just managed to catch myself from saying together, "It might be good to have a temporary truce. Be civil to each other until this whole thing ends." Olivia's eyes flick across my face as the silence starts to stretch between us. I can see her analyzing, considering, weighing her options. Finally, she nods, and I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. "I think we can do that." A small smile tugs at the corner of her mouth, and it's one of the first glimpses of her old self she's shown me, voluntarily at least. She's starting to let me in a little. Once she's finished, we go back into the bedroom, and she puts everything back in the first aid kit and leaves it on the dresser. To have it close, just in case. "Too bad we don't have another one in the kitchen," I say, and she smiles genuinely at the reference. I go into the dresser to grab a new shirt. I glance toward the messy bed, remembering Olivia sleeping there, and immediately I have to push the image away to focus. Olivia heads downstairs, and once I've changed, I join her. She's opening the cabinets and preparing something. "Finding everything okay?" I ask. She looks at me sheepishly. "I was going to make some tea. You want some?" It might be one of the first things she said that didn't have a hidden edge to it. "Sure." I cross the room to grab myself a glass and fill it with water. The air is a little tense, but it's loosening up. I watch her motions as she prepares the tea, preparing to look away if she turns around to cover myself. Looking at her is all I desperately want to do. I can't believe she's here in my kitchen after so many years. I try to think of conversation, fighting the urge to ask questions that are scratching inside my brain. Is she seeing someone? Does she regret the way she ended things? Does she feel remorse, or does she feel anger? Does she feel anything? I stick with the classics. "How's work been?" "I'm still working in architecture." She brings 2 steaming hot mugs of tea to the table, and I stand and take them from her, then pull out her chair. She still looks weak. "I've heard. It's going well?" I take a sip of water. She nods, and I can see that brightness in her eyes, that excitement about her work that's always been there. For a second, she looks like the woman I fell in love with, but immediately her mask is back up. "It's going really well. How about you? Still living the dream?" I shift to look at her, at the slight smirk on her face. Is she trying to be playful, or did she mean something by that? "Yes." I turn to the tea now, burning my tongue a little. "It seems there's no end to the research that can be done in the ocean. I guess you're traveling a lot now?" She looks up, seeming interested in where I've been. "Most of the time on my research trip, yes. I took my own personal boat for the wedding, but I'm afraid to see what hits it's taken." We both make a nervous expression. "But, yeah, mostly hotels and ships. This is one of the few residences that I have. Not that I'm here much." "I see." My heart pounds as her green eyes swivel up to look at me, and the moment stretches out between us. There are so many unspoken words begging to be let out. We sip our tea for a little longer, silently looking down at the table, looking out the window. Anything but talking about the tension between us. She takes a sip of her tea, then pushes in her chair to walk over to the sink. "I'm going to go lay down for a bit." "Need anything?" I ask, but she's already headed up the stairs. She waves a hand, saying she's fine. While she rests, I clean up a little, mostly to have something to do with my hands. and by the time night starts to fall, I start dinner. I'm not sure if I should take her some or leave her be, but thankfully I don't have to make a choice. As I'm balancing steaming pans on the stove, I hear a voice behind me. What's that? Her voice is a little shaky, but she looks more revived. I'm a little surprised to turn and find her there so fast. Fish, salmon with a garlic lemon sauce, and rice and vegetables. Olivia nods, wrapping her arms around herself, and I clench my hands to keep myself from reaching out to her. I lean over to the kitchen table and pull out a chair for her. Sit, please. I've made enough for both of us. You must be hungry. I brace myself for her response, given how she's acted the last few days. But she nods, glancing down. That would be nice. Thanks. If it's this hard for us to be in a room together, will we ever be able to find a way to really move on from what happened? We used to love each other, and now we're practically strangers. And we never got a chance to sort through the wreckage. Instead, she left. I'm just as bad, though, for refusing to move on. I suck in a deep breath as I slide her a plate and take a seat across from her. I pour us both glasses of water. Tea? Yes, please, she says, nodding. When it's ready, I sit both before her. Thanks, Ethan. I have no appetite as I take my seat, but I raise the food to my mouth and chew anyway. I need nourishment in whatever form I can get it. I need to stay strong to deal with having Olivia here for the next however long. Looking at her clear brown skin, her green eyes, and her lovely lips as she blows on her tea, I know that I still love her, but I don't know if there's a way we could ever try again with all we've experienced. In so many ways, it was my fault. I shake my head and stab more fish. This is good, she murmurs, breaking through my thoughts. Her voice is soft, listless, devoid of energy. I need to accept that I can't make her happy and that any dreams I have of a second chance aren't shared. We've never unpacked whatever baggage lingers here, but it's just too heavy to sort through. I need to let her go. She should be released from the past that haunts her, and that past includes me.
Chapter 13. Olivia. Somehow, we survive being in the same house another night. In the morning, the storm is subsiding a little, but not gone by any means. That's the worst part of it. Just when it looks like it will clear, the dark clouds come back. Sounds a lot like life. What are the chances of something like this happening? Regardless of how it happened, I'm here now, and there's nothing I can do about it. I absent-mindedly tap my fingers on the kitchen counter as I lean against it, feeling impatient. The kitchen was always where we had the best time, whether it was over a meal playing a game or drinking a glass of wine. He'd make a mean sazerac, and we'd go onto the deck just outside. It reminds me of when things were so good, until they weren't. Just like this truce. How long can it last when there's so much unsaid? I think about what happened every day of my life. I wonder if he does too. I think back to the time right before it all withered when everything was just right. When all we had to think about was baby names and what color to paint the baby's room. I should have known at the time that it was too good to be true, as good things so often are. How am I ever going to let myself trust again? I shake my head, forcing myself to get rid of that thought. I can't be thinking about that right now. Not when Ethan and I just agreed to move forward and be civil. The past is the last thing I should be mulling over. The morning has passed between us relatively peacefully, though perhaps not comfortably yet. And there's no reason to upend things, even accidentally. You hungry? I jump, startled out of my thoughts by Ethan's voice. When I turn around, he's leaning against the fridge, smiling at me. I shoot him an awkward smile back, still unsure of how to act around him. It's weird, this reunion between us. How are two people who used to be in love supposed to act around each other after turning their backs? Well, after I turned my back and forced him to look away. Oh, sorry, what did you say? I asked. I said, Are you hungry? Oh. I feel my stomach grumble and realize we've at least made it to lunchtime without an argument. Actually, yeah, I guess I could eat. Perfect. Why don't we cook something together? I've never gotten to share this kitchen with anyone before. You cook here a lot? He walks closer, leaning against the counter and looking at me. With him this close, I can smell his aftershave, and I have to force myself not to get distracted by the familiar scent. Almost every time I'm here, although I'm not here very often, I'm not a gourmet chef or anything, but I can whip up a mean pasta dish. What do you say? I hesitate. We had fun in the kitchen, but maybe it'll stir up old feelings and then the bitterness that arose. Yeah, why not? I say, smiling for real this time. Ethan begins searching the cabinets, then the fridge. He starts pulling things out and placing them on the counter before stepping back and nodding to himself. All right, we'll make a vodka sauce rigatoni. I've got all the ingredients here for it. Well, Mr. Amateur Chef, let's put your skills to the test. I'll make the sauce and you can handle the pasta. I like the sound of that, he laughs. The two of us set up our stations and I begin chopping up the vegetables for the sauce. As we work, I can't help but still glances at him out of the corner of my eye. I also can't help but notice how sexy he looks when he's focused on turning the handle of the pasta maker, showing the definition of his biceps. Returning my attention to my own station, I stop myself before the thought can go any further. I can't let myself go there. The only reason I'm even in this kitchen right now is for the sake of our truce and our survival. But as I chop, I find myself peeking over at him once again. How's it going over there? He asks, catching me right in the act. I play it off like I was checking on his progress as well. I was just wondering the same about you. I'm almost ready to move over to the stove. Same here. He smiles knowingly. The two of us walk to the cupboard at the same time, and he hands me the pan I need for sautéing my veggies. I take it from him, careful not to let our hands touch, and walk back to the stove. But even that distance from his fingers sent a whirl of electricity through me. It's dangerous to be so close to him. I start by adding the garlic cloves and onions I chopped, with a couple of tablespoons of olive oil. Once they begin to soften, I add the tomatoes, shelf-stable cream, and vodka, allowing it to simmer. Do you have any tomato paste? I ask, watching him carefully lay the pasta out to rest. His face scrunches up in the cutest way as he searches the cupboards. Aha, you're in luck. He chucks the can at me, and I barely catch it. The moment is so normal that I feel a surge of warmth rush through my body. I wonder if this is how things would have been. As we work, I become more and more comfortable around him. I no longer feel awkward and stiff. I feel like myself again. It smells so damn good in here, Ethan shouts, pointing his head to the ceiling and inhaling. I giggle, following suit. He's right, but it's not just the sauce. It's him, too. What do you have left to do? He asks. Ethan checks on his not yet boiling pot of water on the stove, moving closer to me in the process. Unsatisfied, he sprinkles more salt into it. Well, I just added the tomato paste. So now I just have to add some seasonings and then let it sit for about 20 minutes. Perfect. Just in time for my pasta to be done boiling. My water should be ready in a few minutes. Where did you learn to make pasta by hand? I never knew you were interested in that kind of thing. It's a funny story, actually. I took a class one summer when I was on a sabbatical, and it was great. But at home, I was a complete disaster. I'd forget the eggs or I'd accidentally have the flour. It was a mess. Eventually, I got the hang out of it, but I had to study like it was the SAT. I smiled to myself, watching him laugh at his own expense. It's cute the way he can make fun of himself. He always did have a good sense of humor. 25 minutes later, The two of us are sitting at the table, enjoying our lunch. We make a good team in the kitchen. This is fantastic. Ethan holds up his fork full of pasta. I moan in agreement. I guess you weren't lying when you said you were good at making pasta. Through a lot of struggle, I eventually got there. How about you? Any kitchen disaster stories you have that come close to mine? You know what? I actually do. Well, I have many, but there's one in particular. I cringe at the memory. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. Well, I've always loved baking, and I taught myself to bake lots of things over the years. Cookies, cakes, pies, donuts, you name it. But there was one thing I always wanted to try. A souffle. Uh-oh. Yeah, it was bad. See, I searched every cookbook I owned for the perfect recipe and eventually settled on a chocolate one. I followed the recipe exactly right, and everything was going perfectly. Except for when I set the oven timer. I thought the recipe said 31 minutes, not 13. No. Uh-huh. So, 31 minutes later, I go to check on it, and my kitchen is full of smoke. The soufflés were completely burnt, and the smell didn't leave my house for a month. You didn't smell it burning before that? Nope. I had just gotten out of the shower before the timer started going off. What about your smoke detectors? The batteries were dead. I shrug. Olivia, that's terrible. I know. Have you ever tried to make one again? Oh, hell no. I took it as a warning from the universe. After that first week of smelling burnt souffle in my house, I swore I would never try again. I still order them, though. As long as someone else is baking, we both laugh. Do you bake at all? I ask him. Not really. I like doing something, not just waiting and trusting the oven to do all the work. You know me, I've always been more of a hands-on kind of guy. And how about on the ship? Do you get a chance to cook on it, or we have chefs for that? He looks away a little. And you say you travel a lot. Have you gotten a chance to travel not for work? A little bit. He gets a smile on his face, seeming to recall a trip. I went to Greece last summer, and it was incredible. Oh my God, I've always wanted to go. Was it amazing? It was the best place I've ever seen. The islands are amazing, Olivia. Santorini was by far my favorite. I have the sudden urge to go to places like that with him. I wonder what it would have been like to take that sort of trip if we would have gone on adventures together or relaxed on the Mediterranean beaches. I'm so jealous. I love Greek architecture, so I've always wanted to go so I could see it all in person. It's a wonder I haven't been there yet. Maybe someday. You'll love it. He smiles at me. Something about the way he looks at me at this moment is different, and I have to look away to hide the huge grin on my face. As we eat, we continue to talk, and I find myself laughing and sharing more than I thought I would. We catch up on our favorite movies, TV shows, and books, and we find out we've been obsessed with the same pieces of pop culture, even in our time apart. We sit and talk until it's time for dinner, and we eat from the same vat of pasta. It turns out neither of us has really changed that much. It's a comforting thought. It feels so good to talk like this that I actually forget about our past. For the first time in a long time, I just exist, enjoying the flow of the conversation. I hope the truce holds. I hope we don't make each other angry. I hope I don't ruin it.
Chapter 14. Ethan. Beams of sunlight break through the enormous windows, illuminating the rich pine flooring in the morning after our two-person lunch and dinner party from last night. This is the cabin I fell in love with the first time I walked through. Apart from the boat, it was the most peaceful I've ever felt, besides in her arms. After we lost the baby and Olivia left me, this place became a sarcophagus. My dreams of having Olivia here disappeared, and somehow, Miraculously, she's here. I take one last look at her from the doorframe. She's peacefully sleeping, half covered by blankets, her coppery skin glowing in the light. This was the image in my head when I first walked through the place, one I thought I'd never actually see. It's been 6 days here in her company after being battered by the storm, and slowly, we're getting more comfortable with each other again. Since the soup, the 2 days of fever, and the pasta dinner, bright spots have appeared one after the other. I'm sipping my coffee and reading Jacques Cousteau as I listen to her waking up, walking around, not knowing I can hear her. When the water comes on upstairs, I smile. Someone finally got the hang of the shower. I picture her body, all soapy and wet, and immediately force myself to think of something else. I didn't realize how much I'd still want her. "Good morning," she chirps while coming down the stairs to the kitchen. Her hair is still wet, and she smells like lavender soap. "Hey there." I stand up and pull out a chair. "Feeling better?" "We'll see as the day goes on." I have no idea which Olivia I'm dealing with at the moment, so I'm prepared for anything. "You hungry at all, Olivia? I know your appetite's been touch and go." "Some tea again would be nice." She's still wiping the sleep from her eyes. Somehow she manages to look beautiful without putting on any makeup or doing her hair. "Of course. And let me know if you want anything. I might make some oatmeal." She perks up. "Oh, what kinds of fixings do you have?" "All of your favorites. I always keep some on hand. Old habits and all." It's the first time I've seen pure joy on her face since she got here. Let me look. I'm excited. I gesture to the cupboard like a game show presenter, and she flips through like a contestant who's been called on stage. Olivia, these days, is a dichotomy. As upset as she can get over seemingly innocent things, she can also get happy over things that seem small, the little joys. Freeze-dried fruit. Oh, this is perfect. Strawberries, blueberries, apples, bananas. Can I put them all in? Of course you can. I offer my hand. Here, hand them to me. I'll get them all set up for you. What about brown sugar and maple syrup? I knock on the cabinet 2 shelves above where she's crouched. Right up here. She jumps and I laugh while patting her affectionately on the shoulder beneath me. Sounds like someone is feeling better. I should have set up the oatmeal bar on the first day. And how about the oatmeal? I pick up the big cylindrical cardboard container with one hand and shake it like a maraca. Right here. For old time's sake, you want... No, that's fine. I can make it myself. I tilt my head questioningly, making absolutely certain. You're sick, though. Let me help with just this much. If I mess it up, I think we have enough to try again. I shake the oatmeal carton for an extra emphasis. Depends on how long we're stuck here, I guess. If we're here long enough to go through 5 pounds of oatmeal, we probably have bigger problems than not getting your order right. Yeah, like getting someone to come out here to flush your septic tank? I shake my head. Okay, you sit. Fine, if you insist. She's already sitting on the chair. And don't forget about the tea either. She flashes me her huge smile, her teeth brilliant white and green eyes reflecting gold. Yes, ma'am. I flip on the stove and place a pot of water to boil, fill another for the tea kettle, and work on getting together the garnishes so they're ready as soon as the oatmeal's done. When I glance over as I get our food ready, I notice she's flipping through the Cousteau book I was reading. I want to bring up the subject before she can, so I'm not shattered if she mentions it first. I have to start getting used to the idea that this forced isolation might end soon, possibly as soon as in a few hours. So, what are you most looking forward to when you go back to civilization? Her expression is inscrutable, unfortunately. Having the internet back? And a phone. How about you? Not having the temptation of you here. The research, I think. I'm eager to get back to the crew. Anyone special? Her face is expectant, and I smile knowing what she means. Everyone on the crew is special. I love them all. She gives me a look, and I heap generous dollops of fruit, brown sugar, and cream onto the oatmeal, drizzle on fresh maple syrup, then scatter pralines on the top. I hold a bowl in each hand and place them on the table, steam coming from both. This looks so good. Olivia places her hand on her stomach, and it reminds me of when she'd hold her stomach during the pregnancy. I didn't realize how hungry I was. Hopefully it tastes good, too. Her face is awash in ecstasy at the hot cereal, which excites me more than it should. Might be the last time I can have that effect on her. I haven't been this happy in years. Once we're done with breakfast, we can see what the boats look like for getting back. Olivia looks aghast. You think they might not be there? How would we... It'll be fine, Olivia. Let's worry about that when we look. There's always a backup plan. Her lips are closed in a tight line, but she nods anyway. The longer I can keep out the outside world, the longer I can delay getting back to a life that doesn't include her. Judging by the blue sky, it's a perfectly clear day. Ideal conditions for the trip back to the mainland. Damn, when we get ready to leave, I walk outside like it's a funeral march. You ready? I say, opening the door and narrowing my eyes to adjust to the sunlight after nearly a week of darkness. Do I need to get my stuff? Olivia hesitates in the doorway, looking back into the house. We'll have time to pack later. We're just looking for now. Olivia has her phone glued to her hand on the walk, checking it eagerly. Mine's still upstairs in the bedroom. I don't want to puncture the bubble until I absolutely have to. As we walk toward the shoreline, the boats come into sharper view. Usually when I catch sight of the seafarer, I feel a surge of pride. And now, it's more like a prison brig, here to take me away from her again. Where's my boat? Olivia asks, hand on her chin. Probably lost to the gods of the sea, sad to say. It's a miracle you got out of it at all. She gets a look of horror. How am I going to pay for that? And God, what if I'd stayed? I got it, Olivia, don't worry. And don't think about what might have happened. It didn't. You're here. No, you can't do that, I can... Yes, I can. We'll talk about it once everything else is settled, okay? Okay. As the seafarer comes into view, we both put our hands on our mouths. I run down toward the boat. Oh God, is that as bad as it looks? Olivia asks when she joins me. Pretty much. I shake my head, genuinely disappointed. I love that boat. But I'm also pleased. There's a crack in the hull, one that can be patched up temporarily by a skilled technician. But there's no way it can leave here safely. I slap on a look of consternation and disappointment to disguise my joy. What are we going to do? How will we get out of here? Olivia has a look of horror on her face. We'll figure it out, I promise. That's what radio is for, and it's why I check it every morning and keep it in my pocket all the time. Plus, people know we're missing. Do they? Are you sure? Of course. An international CEO and a starchitect. Oh God, I'm not... I cock my eyebrow. Yes, you are. Worst case scenario, I have kayaks and rowboats and enough flares to last me a year. Why didn't you just bore an underground tunnel straight to the coast? Oh, I thought about it, but... the logistics... I was kidding. Me too. I shrug, hoping she believes it. You want to help me assess the damage more closely? Oh God, isn't that dangerous? I think we'll be okay. Mainly, I want to see if any of the radios on the yacht will work better than this one. I tap my pocket. You... want to stay down here? Nah, I'll go with you. I turn the dial on the radio and the feel of her body is intoxicating. Any sadness I felt at the loss of my boat is gone, replaced by the warmth of being beside her. The static of the radio hisses, but no one is in range. I check with the satellite radio in my pocket, and it's the same. I push the button on the right channel, speaking on each. Hello, hello. Hemingway reporting a need for Coast Guard assistance. No signal. No one's receiving it. I have a beacon out. I guess not many people decide to go out to barrier islands in the middle of a storm. Just us. She gives me a mild smile, which I return while still trying to feign mournfulness. Every time I have the chance to even graze her hand with mine, it sends a surge right through me. With some people, the attraction never dies. "Now what?" she asks as I help her down from the ship. We both look around the island, then at the boat, then each other. "You want to go fishing?" I suggest. "We can look for firewood too." "Won't it be soaked?" "Probably. We can try to dry it out." "That sounds like fun." "And if we catch anything, I can cook it." "What do you mean?" If she bats me playfully on the arm and starts running. "I bet I catch more than you." I catch up to her once she runs out of breath, and the small waves lap at our feet. "How long have you had this place? Or did you always have it?" I look back, taking in her green eyes. "I got it around 6 years ago. I wanted a little place, and I called it Angel Isle, round, like a halo. I wonder if she'll connect the timeline and draw her own conclusions. Ah, that makes sense. A little refuge. Yeah, a place just for me to escape to. She doesn't need to know it was for us. I'm glad you have that for yourself. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll have a place like that for me to go to just myself, when I need to be alone. Say the word, and this one could be yours." I point ahead at a little structure. "You see that shed over there near the pier?" "The blue one?" "Yep, that's where the fishing gear is." I tap her on the arm, getting a high from it again. "Perfect. And you have bait?" "Some dried stuff, but it'll work." We place the wood inside and take the fishing equipment. I lead her to one of my favorite enclaves of the island, a spot with 3 large boulders which always made me think of the 3 of us. We both claim our own spots on 2 of the rocks. She sighs in exasperation, realizing her rod is tangled, and she hits it against her palm in frustration. "Here, let me help." I slide up next to her, feeling the heat of her body. The draw of her scent soothes me like rosewater in the sea. My hands turn unsteadily at the sensation of her fingers against mine. Focus. I regain my bearings and help her untangle, but I don't want to break away. Her presence is a siren's song. After all these years, she still has me hook, line, and sinker.
Chapter 15. Olivia. I tip my head backwards. The rays of sunshine warm my skin. After the last few days of stormy weather, it's a welcome change. Holding my fishing rod with both hands, I listen to the birds chirping happily. It's so peaceful here. I'm struggling to maintain my anger and frustration of being stuck here with him. Because for the first time in so many years, it's starting to feel normal again to be together. I feel almost whole, like I've reclaimed an actual piece of myself I thought I had lost. My father taught me how to fish when I was a little girl, with a rod similar to this one. At the time, I was too impatient to sit still and wait for something to bite. As I grew up, I realized that it's not about getting something to bite right away. I learned to appreciate the serenity. Being patient makes the eventual catch so much more rewarding. A sharp yank on my rod startles me, and I jump up in excitement. "I have a bite! I have a bite!" I yell eagerly. "Oh, it's a big one," Ethan says, watching as I lean back to pull in my catch. I'm so excited that I practically jump up and down. Unfortunately, this causes me to stumble slightly as the line goes taut. Ethan laughs at my happiness and quickly jumps up to help me. The fish pulls against the line again, and he reaches out to catch me as I lose my balance. Cold water engulfs me, and I feel Ethan's arms around me, pulling me back up. I sputter and then burst out laughing. His hair is flattened against his head. He's so close that I can see water droplets stuck in his eyelashes, and I smile. "I can't believe you just pulled me in with you." Mock annoyance colors his tone. I laugh giddily. "I didn't do anything. I'm pretty sure you made us both fall in." He gasps dramatically. I bite back another laugh. He smiles at me, and then gets a mischievous glint in his eye. Before I can figure out what it means, he moves back and splashes water into my face. I have just enough time to cover my face with my hands, and when I peek out, he's laughing and trying to swim away. "Oh, no, you don't!" I scream. Putting all my body weight into it, I sweep my hands forward and cover him in a wave. This time, it's him that's spluttering. I can't help the hysterical laughter that's taking over me. We splash back and forth for a while, our laughter ringing out in the peaceful surroundings. I haven't felt this free and happy in a very long time. I start shivering and call a ceasefire. The sun might be out, but the water is freezing. We get out of the water and smile at each other. "I have an idea of how we can warm up," I say. Ethan raises an eyebrow, and I can feel my eyes narrowing a bit. I pick up my pile of firewood and motion for him to do the same. "Race you back to the shed," I shout and immediately start running. "Hey, cheater!" I hear behind me, and I laugh wildly. My laughter cuts off in a shriek when I realize he's right behind me. I put on a burst of speed, not willing to lose. I reach the shed before him and put my rod in first, then pick up a stack of wood. He does the same, and I push past him before he can leave, and I'm on my way. Then I run as fast as I can to the cabin, which isn't far. I can hear Ethan yelling behind me, but I don't look back. No fair. I have to carry the fish, too. I reach the door and tap it, and I finally stop, seeing Ethan just behind me. He drops his firewood, pouting. I can't help the excited squeak that comes from me. I drop my firewood, too, and run to Ethan, jumping onto him in delight. He laughs as he catches me, surprise evident in his face. My legs wrap around his waist automatically. "I won," I tell him right in his face. He only laughs and looks at my face, something flickering in his eyes. My body is pressed up against his, our clothes wet and clinging to us. He feels warm and safe. The look in his eyes is too familiar, too intense. I release him, stepping back. I can't look him in the eye, my cheeks warm in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. I stutter, then turn and run into the cabin. Closing the door behind me, I lean against it. Guilt and longing war inside me, and I hold back a whimper. Taking a deep breath, I push away from the door and set off to find dry clothes. I take a quick shower to clean myself off. Relief fills me when Ethan doesn't come into the cabin. I don't think I can face him yet after what just happened outside, getting closer than I meant to. It might be best to just avoid him as much as I can. I hear him sorting through the firewood outside, so I busy myself with clearing up in the cabin. I wash the dishes and dry them, putting them away carefully. I peek out the window. There's no sign of Ethan. I shrug and take the opportunity to slip out. A long walk on the beach is exactly what I need to clear my head. The waves lap gently along the shoreline, so different from the roiling waves from before. I brush my unruly hair back and stare at the ocean. The sea air calms me. The loss of our baby was a massive hit to everyone. I remember the look on my mother's face when we told her. She was heartbroken. The excitement of her first grandchild completely shattered. My dad had just stood there, his eyes glimmering with unshed tears. Though no one else blamed me, I felt responsible for the accident. I still do. It all led to why I've avoided Ethan since then. I just can't face him. I square my shoulders and resolve to go back to avoiding him as much as possible. It won't be easy, being stuck here together, but with the storm passing, it hopefully won't be much longer. My desire for him is too intense to fight it for too much longer. I find a rock to sit on and sigh deeply. My insides feel like they're still stuck in the turbulent storm that stranded us here. I lean back and focus on the serene beauty of the island, forcing myself to control my emotions. The cool breeze whooshes through the leaves. Sand blows up against my legs. I feel my muscles relaxing as I breathe deeply. I watch as the sun slowly sinks towards the horizon. I've been sitting here for hours. I should get back to the cabin before it's too dark. The idea fills me with dread. When I walk back into the cabin, the delicious smell of fish stew greets me. "We had a good haul, so I thought we should enjoy it," he says while avoiding my eyes. We eat our soup in silence, both of us pretending it's from exhaustion. I'm relieved. I don't know how much longer I can hide the longing I feel, or deal with the pain of the guilt that overtakes me every time I look at him. My stomach is in knots, so I don't eat a lot. I help him put away the leftovers and sigh. I'm going to have to face him at some point. I take my time brushing my teeth and washing my face. "Olivia?" Ethan calls from the bedroom, and I meet his eyes in the mirror, bathroom door open. "I'm making tea. Would you like some?" I shake my head, leaning down to rinse my mouth. Eventually, I slip out of the bathroom, ready for bed. Ethan is sitting on the balcony outside the bedroom, nursing his cup of tea. It's annoying that the bed is right there, and I feel awkward for wanting to sleep, while Ethan is just a few feet away from me. I'm not sure which one I should choose. I look over and the stars are out in their full glory. It takes my breath away for a moment, but I'm not sure what makes me shorter of breath, the sight of nature before us, or the man I loved so deeply and dreamed about for so long standing right here before me. A floorboard squeaks underneath my foot and I wince. Ethan turns around, searching my face. I avoid his eyes and sit down on the bed. "How was your walk?" he asks, his voice low. "Fine, thank you." He nods. I can tell that he's confused and hurt by my coldness, but I can't let it go. The feelings inside me are too heavy. "Good night, then." "Night," I reply, getting under the covers. He closes the balcony doors. I can feel his gaze on me, but I ignore it, closing my eyes to shut him out. A soft sigh reaches my ears, and then the sound of him descending the stairs. I'm exhausted from the roller coaster of emotions I've been through today. It's not long before I fall into a restless sleep, my agony too intense to let me rest easy. The flashing lights, the deafening groan of metal collapsing, the panic I felt, it all comes back, like a familiar, unwelcome guest. Between the chaos of images, I see Ethan's face smiling at me, us happy but scared when we found out I was pregnant. Long walks on the beach, discussing our future. The way we used to laugh together. Things were so much easier. I'm filled with longing for those days. The combination of memories makes the echoes of loss reverberate through my subconscious. I never stopped loving him. I never stopped grieving, not only the loss of our baby, but the loss of him as well. I toss and turn, getting tangled in the blankets. My skin feels hot and cold. Tears cover my face and wet the pillow. My dreams take over once more. I'm lost in the pain of losing everything again. I finally start to fully wake. Ethan is asleep on the edge of the bed. My heart is pounding, and the sweat on my body makes me shiver. A sob escapes my lips. I muffle it with my hand, but not before it wakes Ethan. "Olivia, what's wrong?" he asks, his voice worried. I shake my head. Sobs overtake me. How do I tell him it was all my fault? The blame I place on myself is bad enough as it is. I don't think I will survive if he blames me too. "What happened?" he asks softly as he takes me into his arms.
Chapter 16. Ethan. The moonlight bleeds through the gap in the curtains of the loft. I sigh and run a hand over my face. I've been lying here for hours, unable to sleep. A heaviness sits on my chest from the events of today. Or is it yesterday already? I thought Olivia and I were finally getting past things. Her unease seemed to dissipate for a few hours. I know she's always loved fishing, which is why I suggested it. I was hoping it would make her relax a bit, and it seemed like it worked. For a while, anyway. A shiver runs through me when I think of how she jumped on me after she won our race back to the cabin. It's been years, but she still fits perfectly against me. Our wet clothes had left nothing to the imagination. Then her panic. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have her words repeat in my head. She belongs with me, and I'm going to prove that to her. Somehow. I look over at Olivia. She's been tossing and turning endlessly, soft whimpers escaping her. Her face reflects the remnants of her troubled dreams. I can't help wondering if she's dreaming about the accident. Is she still as cut up about it as I am? It sure seems like it. She lets out a sob that cuts right through me as she stirs awake. I lift slightly, leaning on my elbow as I meet her eyes. Olivia, what's wrong? I ask, even though I can guess. She seems unable to speak, only shaking her head slightly before she dissolves into heartbreaking sobs. Damn it! I hesitate for a moment, not sure what she will do if I try to console her. Her entire body shakes as she cries, and I can't hold back anymore. I take her into my arms. What happened? I ask softly. If she's still having nightmares from the accident, I need to know. I need to hear it from her. She takes a couple of deep breaths, attempting to calm herself. It seems like she wants to pull away, so I release her, and she shifts to sit up against the headboard. After another deep breath, she starts speaking. The nightmares that started after the accident. Her voice is low and edged with pain. They never stopped. Sleeping and waking. It's been worse the last few weeks because... She trails off, avoiding my eyes. Because you were about to see me. Agony sears me as I finish her thought. It's not just that. It's being back here, too. New Orleans holds so many painful memories. I nod in acknowledgement, brushing her hair back from her tear-stained face. The images... They're just so vivid, Ethan. It's like I'm back in that car, back in the hospital, hearing the doctor say... She breaks off, sobbing. I sit next to her against the headboard, waiting for her to collect herself. It was all my fault, Ethan. I did this to us. She gets out between sobs. Hey, I whisper. I lift her chin with my index finger so I can look in her eyes. It was an accident. It wasn't your fault, Olivia. There was nothing you could have done. I sigh and squeeze my eyes shut for a moment before looking at her again. If anyone's to blame, it's me. I was such an ass. The fight. I've replayed it in my head over and over since that day. We had the rest of our lives to figure it out, and I should have been more receptive. Less stubborn, I say, guilt making my throat tight. I pushed for too much. It wasn't fair. But I shouldn't have insisted we had to figure it out then. I just had this vision of things being perfect, and when you're about to have a baby, everything seems so urgent to have figured out before the baby arrives, and it all seems so silly now. I would have made any concession Olivia wanted if it meant having our baby with us. We were too naive to know the stakes then. Olivia has so much drive and raw talent. That's as much of her identity as being a mother would have been. I understood that, but all I wanted was for our child to have the best support possible. Most importantly, I also just wanted Olivia to take some time for herself. She worked impossibly hard during college, and the way she was giving 110% all the time worried me. Add to that the responsibility of having a child, and the stress of childbirth. I just wanted her to be happy. What had turned into a relationship-ending argument should have just been a discussion, but emotions were running high at the time. We both had good points, and if we'd just waited until we were calm and discussed it, perhaps none of this would have happened. I shouldn't have let you drive that night, I continue, or I should have just dropped it, or said that we would always find a way to figure it out. I've thought about it so many times. I run a hand through my hair, still feeling the frustration though years have passed. No, Ethan. You weren't even in the car. It was all me. You know me, I drive crazy when I'm mad, and I should have tried to be calm. I pull her into my arms, heart aching. I can't believe she's been blaming herself all this time. The tightness in my throat leads to a burning in my eyes, and I let out a shaky sigh. She hesitates for a moment, then looks up at me. Her head rests on my shoulder, and I can't believe how good and natural it feels to be holding her. I'm sorry, Ethan, about the way I left. It wasn't fair to you. Her voice breaks. I can tell it's hard for her to admit this. I gently wipe a tear from her cheek and smile softly. It was unforgivable. If someone did that to me, I wouldn't forgive them. I've been horrible to you over much less. You don't have to explain. She swallows. It was just too much. Every time I saw your face, I felt like I was breaking inside. She's whispering now, as if saying it out loud is too difficult. I don't know why I ran. I just knew I had to be somewhere else. It feels good to have some closure on the way she left. That time of our lives was so painful. We're obviously both still feeling remnants of it. I considered coming back, reaching out so many times. She laughed softly. I stood outside your house once, probably for hours. I felt so lost, and all I wanted was for you to hold me and tell me everything would be okay. The number of times I went to the lookout we used to go to, both hoping I'd run into you and dreading that possibility. I was probably a stalker. She smiles sadly. I went there too, I say softly, wishing that we had run into each other. Could we have worked out our differences together? Made it through the heartbreak as a team instead of apart? I was just so ashamed of how I handled things. I thought starting over, starting fresh, was the only option. I can understand her motivation, but I still wish she'd have stuck around so that we could work through it together. Holding her, being with her like this, just solidifies that we belong together. Having her in my arms now, though, I don't care about the past. I've never stopped loving her, and if the last few years are any indication, it seems I never will. I didn't know that the last time I saw her would be the last time. Not back then. She'd looked so helpless, so sad, lying at home when I'd gone to work. I bought her a sketch pad and some pencils when I came home that night, hoping it would cheer her up. She always worked through her emotions better when she was drawing. So often I'd wondered if I had just stayed and been with her the entire time, whether she would have had the guts to stay. The months after you left were some of the hardest of my life. I swallow, looking down at the crumpled sheets. It was years before I could even think about you without breaking down. Arthur tried to get through to me, but I couldn't cope. I threw myself into my work so I wouldn't have to focus on my personal life at all. Olivia shakes her head. I guess we're the same in that aspect. It was the only thing that got me through. I think it's partly why I never got over her. I wasn't interested in dating, trying to build something with someone new, because I've always been hung up on her. I've known since we met that she's the one for me, and I couldn't let go of that thought. Every year, on the due date, I come out to this island and just lock myself up. I relive the memories, good and bad, and imagine what life would have been like if none of this had happened. It's the saddest day of the year, Olivia agrees. That's when the nightmares are the worst. With Olivia in my arms, I shift so that we're both lying down. She sighs softly as she lies on my shoulder, an arm draped across my chest. I run my fingers up and down her arm softly. It feels safe, comfortable, and we continue to talk through our experience and how it affected us. Our tears combine on the sheets, and eventually we both fall into an exhausted but peaceful sleep.
Chapter 17. Olivia. I've been awake for an hour already, but I can't seem to make myself move. Ethan and I fell asleep, still embracing each other, and the feel of his arms around me is just too good for me to want to leave them just yet. I find myself thinking about everything we talked about last night. How amazing it felt to finally talk about all the things we had been avoiding for so long. I have to admit, it breaks my heart that Ethan was also blaming himself for the miscarriage this entire time. I don't want him to feel that way. No one should ever have to feel that way. If that's true, though, it also applies to me. And that's the hardest part about it. It's easier to blame myself. Something clicked between us last night when we talked. I understood him more as a person. But even though it was an amazing breakthrough for us, I'm not sure where this leaves us now. I have no idea what I'm going to say to him today when he wakes up. Will we go right back to awkwardness and pretending like nothing ever happened between us? Will we leave this island only to go our separate ways again and never speak? Maybe our conversation will change nothing. Maybe we just needed to get some things off of our chest, and now that we have, we'll just continue our lives like normal. The question is, do I want it to or not? All these thoughts race through my mind, going a mile a minute. It's too much to be thinking about this early, but just when I'm about to leave the bed, I stop for a moment, relishing the feeling of Ethan pressed up against me from behind. It feels so intimate, us lying here like this. The thought of being intimate with Ethan again sends a shiver through me. This is definitely not something I should be thinking about. And yet every time I look at him, I can't help it. I slowly extricate myself from under his arm, trying my best not to wake him on my way out of the bed. The last thing I need right now is for him to wake up. I can't face him right now, not yet. Before I leave the room, I take one last look back at Ethan. He looks so peaceful, so calm, lying there, like nothing bad has ever happened to him, and he has not a worry in the world. Of course, I know that's not true, but it's nice to see him looking like that, even if it is while he's sleeping. My heart wavers with fear and longing as I continue to look at him. Fear, because I'm scared to get hurt again. Longing, because I want to be happy again. I want the life I should have had before that car crash. I head to the kitchen, filling up a glass of water for myself and drinking it as I stare out the kitchen window. Suddenly an idea strikes me. Now that the weather has calmed down, I can go outside and get some fresh air. Despite our little fishing trip, I really haven't gotten much chance to check out the rest of the island. I finish my glass of water and slip out of the cabin, heading right for the shore. It's nice outside with a slight breeze. Perfect weather for swimming. The cool water beckons to me, offering me solace and a chance to ground myself amidst the turmoil of my emotions. A chance to clear my head. I nod, liking the idea, and begin stripping off Ethan's clothes. Throwing his borrowed t-shirt and shorts onto the shore, I begin to walk slowly into the water. I'm only wearing my bra and panties, but it's not like anyone else lives on this island. As for Ethan, he was sound asleep when I left, and I'm willing to bet he won't be waking up anytime soon. As I stand waist deep in the water, letting the waves crash around me, I feel the emotions and complicated thoughts rolling down my body. They mix into the water and wash far, far away from me. For this moment, I get to just relax. I begin swimming with a sense of freedom, the weight of the past momentarily lifted. I swim and swim, only letting myself think about the way the water feels on my body, refusing to let my thoughts wander any further. The sun feels amazing on my skin, and it's impossible not to feel happy with it beaming down on me like this. I decide to get out of the water before I prune up and enjoy the sun from the shore. Once I'm laying down on the beach, I close my eyes and imagine that I'm somewhere more beautiful, like Greece. I'm still so jealous that Ethan got to go there. It's always been one of my dreams. Eventually, I open my eyes and sit up, scanning the area around me. My eyes widen as I see Ethan in the distance walking towards me. I jump up, remembering that I'm mostly naked. He can't see me like this. I scramble to grab his clothes from where I threw them earlier, shoving them on and turning to face him. By now, he's almost here. and the embarrassment of him seeing me like that crashes through me. When he's only a few feet away, he stops, smiling at me with clear amusement. I smile back, unsure of what to say. His eyes are filled with a clear mix of admiration and something else. It's also very clear that he's trying to avoid looking at my body. My heart thuds at the thought of him actually seeing me naked. It's been so long since I indulged myself with a man, but no matter what, I cannot allow myself to do so with Ethan. No matter how hot he looks right now. "Hi," he says. "How long have you been out here?" "Oh, maybe an hour or so. I didn't want to wake you." "I was worried when I didn't see you in the cabin, but then I looked outside and I saw you swimming." Damn it, he saw me swimming? Does that mean he saw me when I got out of the water? "I figured you needed some alone time, so I let you be. But then I saw you lying on the shore a while later, and I figured I ought to come see if you wanted breakfast or something." "I'm okay, actually," I shrug. "I'm not very hungry." "Oh, okay. Should I leave you alone then?" "No, don't be silly. I could use some company," I tell him as I sit back on the beach. He takes a seat beside me, and for a moment, we just sit in awkward silence. It seems that last night, mixed with him almost seeing me half naked, rendered us unable to talk to each other again. "Isn't it beautiful?" he asks. "It really is. When I was swimming, it felt amazing. The water is just the right temperature. When it's not storming, it can be wonderful here. I can't believe how long that storm lasted. Oh, that was nothing. I've been out here when some crazy bull went down. I'm usually stocked up and prepared, though, just in case. I can't believe that we're actually sitting here talking about the weather, but it's pretty obvious that neither of us wants to bring up last night, which I am perfectly fine with. Even though it's a little awkward right now, the pressure between us is gone. I think that the talk really did help, if only to make things less weird. Except now, the bad tension has been replaced with a different kind of tension. I catch Ethan's gaze slipping down my body, further and further. I'm not sure he even realizes he's doing it. As we sit here like this, I can't help but let my imagination run wild. It's like my brain went into overdrive, and since I was able to let my emotions out, I made room for other emotions, like desire. "Do you want to go swimming with me?" I blurt out. I don't know what makes me say it. I wasn't even thinking about swimming, but I wait nervously for a response. "Let's do it." He smiles, stands up, and strips off his shirt. I know I should look away before he catches me, but man, is he toned. All I want to do is reach out and run my hands down his abs. I force myself to look away, taking off my own clothes before heading to the water. I guess it's nothing he hasn't seen before, and soon the water will cover me anyways. As we swim, a surge of conflicting emotions sweeps through me. It feels wrong to think about Ethan in that way again, but at the same time, it feels so right. "Let's race," Ethan shouts over the sound of the waves. "Oh, are you sure you want to do that? Don't you forget how bad I beat you yesterday?" "I'm ready for a rematch. This time when you're not cheating, hopefully. You looked pretty slow out here earlier anyway." "That was nothing." "Okay, let's do this." I laugh, getting in line with him. As we race, the water acts as a barrier against the unspoken desires between us, like a shield. Finally, once we're tired, we stop. "Okay, you win." He splashes some water at me. I laugh, splashing him back, and the look he gives me almost makes me lose my breath. I feel a magnetic pull towards him, and the sexual tension is palpable in the air. "We should get back on shore," I say, pulling the attention away from whatever the hell that was just now. He nods, and a moment later the two of us are back to lying on the sand. Except this time, neither of us says anything. It's not an awkward silence by any means, but it sure is loud. Suddenly, a crackling sound breaks that silence. Both of us bolt up into a sitting position, looking towards Ethan's shirt, lying a few feet away from us. The sound happens again, and he jumps up, lifting his shirt off the sand to grab his satellite radio that he always carries. "Ethan," a voice says. Ethan and I look at each other, our faces lighting up. It sounds familiar, like one of our friends from the wedding. "Are you there? Hello?"
Chapter 18. Ethan. The feeling of relief mixed with excitement crashing through me is overwhelming. I grab the radio and immediately press the talk button, eager to establish a connection with the outside world again. Yes, I'm here. I pause. Well, we're here. A crackling sound comes from the radio before the voice speaks again. We? Ethan? Is someone there with you? I pause again, recognizing the voice as Arthur's. Olivia is here, I say, cringing at the awkward silence that follows. Olivia is there? Oh, wow. Hey, are you guys safe? Yes, we're safe. We just have no way to get off the island. Wait, shouldn't you be on your honeymoon? Delayed for weather, but it's fine. Finding you was more important. You don't know how worried we were, and neither of you are injured? No, we're both fine. Thank God. Okay, hold on 1 second, Arthur says. Set the radio down and turn to Olivia, whose look of relief mirrors my own. 2 minutes later, the radio crackles again. Ethan, you still there? Yeah. Okay, so it's going to take me a minute to get a boat. A day, maybe 2. Is that okay? Or do you need me to come sooner? No. Take your time. It's not an emergency. I don't look at Olivia's face when I'm saying it. I don't know if she's disappointed or if she's as happy as I am. I'm not quite ready to let go of Olivia yet. I'm not ready for this truce to end. Not only that, but I don't want to face the reality that the truce may only have been because of this situation we're in. I'm still clinging on to the idea that it's more. Okay, you guys stay safe and be on the lookout for me. Someone will be there by tomorrow. No problem. Thanks, Arthur. Bye, Arthur. Give Amelia my love. Will do, Olivia. With that settled, I turn to Olivia. Her eyes are wide with anticipation and what looks like excitement. Something cracks in me, dreading that her excitement is directed at the imminence of getting back. We should celebrate, she shouts, twirling around in the sand. What do you say? You got any wine? I grin, unable to help myself as all my previous thoughts fade away. You even have to ask? Why don't I make us a nice last dinner and then we can eat over some wine? I'd love that. She smiles up at me. The two of us head back to the cabin, and a couple of hours later I begin preparing dinner. Considering I don't have much fresh food left, I settle for making a simple meal of rice, preserved fish from yesterday, and vegetables. Olivia wanders in as I'm setting up. Can I help? You can do the veggies if you want. Hand 'em over, boss, she chirps. I try to ignore her glee, convincing myself that it isn't because she can't wait to get away from me. As I hand her the carrots and broccoli, our hands graze. I look away, trying to hide what the feel of her skin against mine does to me. Olivia and I work in tandem, and it reminds me of that first day we started getting along. The first time we cooked together since seeing each other again. The first time things started to feel normal between us. How's it going over there? I ask as I start cooking the fish. Veggies are seasoned and ready to be sautéed, she answers, bringing a bowl that smells of delicious herbs over to the stove. You can use this burner. I point to the one next to mine. Cooking next to Olivia is like a dream. She never gets in the way, and she seems to know exactly when I'm going to move. It's the perfect synchrony. 20 minutes later, I've set the table and filled up our plates. Let me go find a bottle for us, I tell her. I look at my selection. We can either drink this crappy one that I bought one time when I was in a hurry, or this expensive one that I've been saving for a special occasion. It's not even a question in my mind. I grabbed the special occasion one, deciding that this will probably be my only opportunity to use it, at least for a while. Besides, we deserve the good stuff right now. Despite how well we handled this whole situation, it's still been very stressful for us. Back in the kitchen, I grab a corkscrew and open the wine bottle, pouring us both a decently sized glass. As I hand Olivia her glass, she plucks the bottle out of my hands, scanning it. "Wow, fancy," she notes before setting the bottle down. She takes a sip before eating, letting it sit in her mouth for a moment before swallowing it. "That's really good," she notes, her eyes sparkling as she looks at me. I smile before taking a sip for myself, then another because it really is that good. As we eat dinner, the conversation turns more personal, and it doesn't just feel like we're trying to be polite anymore. "You seem really happy with your career right now." "I really am. I never thought I'd be where I am now, especially not so early on." She grins. "But the company I work for is amazing. They take what we do really seriously. It's literally my dream job." "I'm glad. You were always so talented and passionate about what you do." "Top of my class." She smirks. "I remember." I smile. "What about you? You're obviously really successful, but is it everything you dreamed of?" "It is. We're working on a really important research experiment right now. It could help us gain insight into a species that we don't really know a lot about." "That's so interesting. How long has it been going on?" "A couple of months now. It'll be a while before we get any real answers, though. A lot of these things take a long time, but it's so worth it. The work we do is really important." "Is it classified?" "No, not really. I just don't want to bore you with all the details." "I don't think it's boring at all. Your job is really interesting to me." "Oh yeah? You thinking about switching professions?" Depends. What's the pay?" She giggles. "For you, name your price. Hey, if you ever need anyone to design a building for you, like a new lab or something, I'm your girl." "You better mean that because I might actually take you up on it," I warn her. "I do mean it," she says, her tone shifting. The look she gives me makes my blood heat up. Part of me wants to look away from the intensity, but I can't. I want to keep on staring. "Why don't we go finish this bottle on the porch? It's nice out there right now and we can watch the sunset." "Yes, please." She smiles, still not taking her eyes away from me. Finally, she breaks eye contact to walk outside. I grab the wine bottle and follow her, each of us taking our own glass as we sit on the porch swing. "I'll take some more," she says, holding out her glass. I pour half in her glass before pouring the rest into my own glass. It isn't until I set the empty bottle down and turn toward her that I realize how close we're sitting. I can practically count every single dark freckle on her mocha face. "It's so beautiful out here. How do you resist spending every moment of your life on this island?" "Oh, trust me, it's tempting. But after a while, you start to miss human contact. It can get a little lonely." "I can see that," she murmurs, gazing at the fading orange sky. As we talk, I realize how sad I really am that this could be our last night on the island together. Our island. This time we've spent together has done something to me. I can feel it. I just don't know her feelings on the subject. She's always been hard to read, and I don't know if I'm willing to ask. But with our wine glasses long since finished and it getting darker outside, I know that it's now or never. Who knows when or if we'll even see each other again after this. She'll probably just go right back to Canada and never come back. Or if she does return, it won't be to see me. "Olivia?" I ask, my tone soft. "Yeah." She turns to look at me, a curious glint in her eyes. "I have to be honest with you about something. These past few days with you have been incredible, and..." I pause, trying to find the best words. "And I'm going to miss you." I wait for her to scoff, to get up from her seat and walk away. But she doesn't. She just stares at me. After a moment, she swallows and opens her mouth. "I feel the same, Ethan." I breathe a sigh of relief, and she continues. This time together has meant so much to me. It's been unexpected. I mean, I never thought we'd be able to have a real conversation ever again, let alone this. Same. It's something that I didn't even realize how much I wanted. Me too. I guess I forgot how much I loved our time together. She trails off. Our eyes meet once again, and this time I have no hesitation. I know exactly what I need to do, what I want to do. Before I can act, Olivia leans in, putting her hand on the side of my face, her eyes searching mine. I lift my hand, letting it slide to the back of her neck. Her eyes flutter closed just before we both press our lips together. As our lips move in unison, the rest of the world fades away. I become lost in the moment, lost in the passion. The rest of my thoughts fade away. Nothing else matters.
Chapter 19. Olivia. Kissing his perfect lips, slightly chapped from the howling weather from the week and time outside in the aftermath. I feel like I'm coming back home. I don't know exactly where I'm going, but he's showing me the way. I touch his hair, his shoulders, his big muscular arms to make sure he's real. The breeze feels electrifying against my skin, but it's nothing compared to his body being near mine. The dreams I've had over the years of moments, just like this one flash in my head as I kiss him more deeply. Only this time, it's real. Sorry to interrupt. Things are getting a little too spicy for this platform. Head on over to BWWM with the discount code VIXA40 for 40% off all digital products, including the full version of this audiobook.
Chapter 20. Ethan, if you thought that last chapter would be good, this one is even better. You know what to do. Go to BWWM with discount code VIXA40 for 40% off the unabridged version of this audiobook. Now back to our story. We roll together to the side, facing each other, and she nestles into my body. We lie in each other's arms, saying nothing, smiling and listening to each other's breath. I close my eyes and hope we have peace and possibly a future.
Chapter 21. Olivia. I'm not sure I've ever awakened with such a feeling of complete tranquility and contentment. If I have, it's been so long that the memory no longer finds its way to my consciousness, but it's so wonderfully familiar. Maybe I've recalled the feeling in dreams. Sunlight filters through the sheer curtains, covering the sliding doors to the balcony next to the bed. The smile that tugs at my lips used to come often when waking up, happy that a new day was beginning. That was before the nightmares started. I turn my head and watch Ethan sleeping on his back. He looks as peaceful as I feel. Making love to him is beautifully exhilarating. It was better than I remembered. I have had so many conflicting thoughts about Ethan since I left that I found it easier to push any memory away. But this morning, I allowed thoughts and memories to flow more freely. I can't believe I'm here in bed with Ethan. This was definitely not on my bingo card. Ethan moans, adjusting his positioning on the bed to face me. I see a smile emerge on his lips for a moment and then fade away. I wonder if he's dreaming about last night. It doesn't matter. This is just a way to say goodbye, a way to close our unexpected reunion. Last night was a fluke. There's a tightness growing in my chest, and my smile fades. I have to admit that our time together is coming to an end. We'll be rescued soon, and the real world will start again. I love you, Ethan. I still love you so much. I can't bring myself to say it out loud. Hell, I can't even whisper it. Ethan deserves better. My work has me on the move too much for a stable life, and his work does too. And then there's the memories of the life we'd almost had that haunt us. I'll never get over that, and I'm not strong enough to keep reliving it. I'm relieved we've found some kind of peace together, but now I just need to put that dark time in my life behind me. not be reminded of it constantly when seeing Ethan's face. Tears sting my eyes, and I quickly turn my head and blink them away. The painful stab of anger and guilt overpowers me as Ethan sleeps cradled in serenity. I move my hand toward his bare chest to feel his warmth, to meld with each steady breath, to feel peaceful again. But I hesitate, stopping just inches from touching his body. I've been lying to myself. I have to face my reality. Damn it, I hiss, practically silently. I carefully slip out of the bed so as not to wake Ethan. Quietly, I begin gathering my own pieces of clothing, the ones I changed into just after the wedding, just before I got the boat. Soon I've collected my simple pants, a t-shirt, hoodie, socks, and sneakers, along with my bra and underwear. I dress and make my way outside. The water always brings me comfort. This morning, my steps unsurprisingly lead me to the shoreline. On the coast, I can stand and gaze out at the vastness of the horizon. The waves crashing against the sand relax my mind. The recognizable salty air brings clarity of thought. I've missed you, Ethan, I whisper to myself. I've missed you too, Olivia. It's been too long. I say it in a lower pitch, more like Ethan's. Too quiet for him to hear even if he snuck up, but maybe somehow it will carry on the wind to his ear. I give myself a hug, which reminds me of the times Ethan would hold me looking at the shore and whisper those sorts of words to me, like when I told him I was having a baby. I was so nervous, and we looked out to the water, feeling all the hope in the world. It was a breezy sunset with his arms wrapped around me. He gave gentle kisses on my neck and jawline. He vowed to always protect me, but I didn't have the strength to let him. One of my recent dreams comes to the forefront too. I'm lying in our old bed with a swollen belly. Ethan sits next to me, kisses me on my forehead, and leans down to give me a hug. I wrap my arms around him, close my eyes, and nestle my head against his neck. Almost immediately, I hear tires screeching. When I open my eyes, I'm no longer holding Ethan. Instead, my arms are wrapped around an unattached steering wheel. There is screaming and loud sobs. Looking down, I realize my belly is now flat and my bed sheets are stained with blood. A shiver runs through me as I push the nightmare out of my thoughts. I let out a shaky breath, steadying myself for the life of loneliness that lies ahead. I need to let the bitterness I've harbored toward Ethan go. It wasn't him behind the wheel, and it's not him I've been angry at. I lost control. Even if we did argue, I chose to drive. Tears streamed down my face, but I instantly wiped them away. I refused to give any more emotional energy to these thoughts and dreams. If it weren't for me being caught up in what I want and how I feel, this would not be my reality. I'm at fault for the miscarriage, for taking the boat out in the storm, for the boat crash, and for the fact that my goodbye sex with Ethan doesn't feel like closure at all. I startle at the snap of a branch. "Olivia," Ethan calls out, his voice getting closer as he approaches. "What are you doing out here?" "Just looking at the water, waiting for the boat in case they come early." "You should have breakfast first. They'll radio once they're here. We won't miss them, I promise." He touches my arm and laughs, and I involuntarily tense. Maybe. I'm still looking off in the distance, not at him. "Everything okay?" He's looking at me like he's seen something frightening. I hope the change isn't that evident on my face. I stay quiet, shrugging my shoulders as faintly as possible. Eager to get back, or worried about the trip. Hopefully it won't be too brutal on the water. He continues searching my face, but I can't find the right words. He puts his arm around me, wrapping me in a hug, still concerned. I'm sure I look as empty as I feel. "Come on, Olivia. You can tell me anything," he whispers, and I want to collapse in his arms. But I have to stay strong. I still don't know what to say. His eyes are so blue as he looks at me with so much care. Is it about last night? I shrug my shoulders dramatically and purse my lips, then let out a heavy breath. Is it, isn't it? Was it too much for you? I shake my head aggressively, scowling. No, it's not that. It didn't mean anything. We just got carried away. His mouth sags at the corners. Please tell me you're kidding. I shake my head, more emphatically this time. Especially after the week we had. We should have talked about this before, I guess, but you know it doesn't change things between us, right? I mean, I'm glad we're talking again, but... It hurts to let him go, but not as much as it would hurt to keep him. Something I'm just remembering again now.
Chapter 22. Ethan. So this is a let's just be friends talk? I'm looking at her, hearing her words, but still not believing them. She looks at me without changing her expression. It's a familiar blank stare when she's shutting out the world. I don't know how I can be clearer, Ethan. I raise my eyebrows, more pissed off than hurt in a lot of ways. Olivia, I know you better than anyone. You may have forgotten that. And I know you when you're feeling something, and I know you when you're lying. Right now you're doing both. Her face is contorted in anger so strong, she looks like she'll cry out of pure fury. Ethan, you haven't known me in a very long time, and I've changed a lot. Even then, you didn't know me as well as you think. I shake my head, looking down, then at her. You know things are going well now. Why do you have to pull back again and say they aren't? Why do you have to pretend that what we have doesn't matter? You wouldn't have slept with me if you didn't feel anything. You think I can't have casual sex? Of course I can. Even with an ex. Don't project onto me. She pauses. Well, to say it was nothing wouldn't be true. I sharply inhale, bracing myself for her to admit her own feelings for me. She smirks. Last night was something, but it's not what you think. It was good sex. I got my physical needs fulfilled. That's it, so thank you for that. But get it out of your mind that it was anything else. I give more of a side eye than I intend, and then grab her shoulders so that we're making close eye contact. I just don't believe her. She's never been a good liar. Don't talk to me like I wasn't there, Olivia. It was more than just sex. You wanted me last night, just as much as I wanted you. I sense her breath getting faster and shallow. She clears her throat and lowers her head, inching back. Lust is not a feeling, Ethan. It's an urge to be met. That's all it was. Her face is so serious, I realize she might actually mean it, and I have no choice but to tell her. Olivia. I hear my voice cracking as I say it. I reach out my hand, looking at her. Olivia, I might not get the chance to tell you this again, but for me it wasn't nothing. She's looking up at me, trying to look away, and I touch her face to bring her eyes back to me. No, listen, please. Then you don't have to listen to anything I say again. Fine. She crosses her arms, looking at me but not focusing. There's not a day that goes by that I haven't thought of you and what I would have done differently to keep you. The argument, the aftermath, trying to get you back after you left, finding out where you were and following you there. You were the love of my life, Olivia. You are the love of my life. That's what I've realized this week. She looks away, casting her eyes down. I can feel tears start to well up in my eyes, and I blink them away, grateful she can't see them. Look, you may blame yourself for what happened, but it wasn't your fault. I've always blamed myself, although the reality is that it was an accident. It happened. There's nothing we can do. But you deserve happiness. You're an incredible person, and you can't let this keep you from living your life. Whether it's with me or not, you need to live your life fully. Not just work. You need to find happiness. I do, too. I touch her arm. The life I want is one with you. We can start over. We can be happy. She scrunches her features into a tight, angry ball. No, we can't. We can't start over, Ethan. This was a temporary escape, but that's all it was. We're done. If anything, this experience has shown me that I don't want this to be my life. There's a sadness on her face, and a hesitation that makes me hope she might realize it's not how she feels. I'm sad for the past, but there's no future between us, Ethan. And that shouldn't make either of us sad. What we had was nice, but it's over. Done. I close my eyes and bow my head, inhaling sharply, still having trouble believing this is actually happening. It was more than a night of sex, Olivia. We had an incredible week together, and last night was something special. I felt it, and I thought you did too. I want that to be our lives. A few days of fun and passion is a vacation, not a life. This is not the real world. I still can't believe what I'm hearing. I'm unable to lift my head to even look at her, dreading that callous stare. I'm afraid that if I look into her eyes, I'll have to confront the cold reality that I misread everything about yesterday and maybe the week before. Our time on this island was temporary, but it's over. The buzz of a motor, barely audible at first, rises into a roar, growing in parallel with the sight of the craft on top of the water. We both raise our heads, and a whirl of conflicting emotions course through my mind. Olivia and I make eye contact, and both of our expressions are an unreadable combination of too many emotions to begin to inventory them. Joy, sadness, relief, anger, and fear, for starters. And even with everything, there's still an undercurrent of hope, at least for me. No matter how futile it seems, there's something so right and true with Olivia, and I'll defend it until the day I die if I have to. The Coast Guard vehicle, with its familiar crossed anchors on the shield, approaches the shore. Looks like we're rescued. Back to the real world now. I cross my arms and she reaches out to touch my tricep this time. You might not see it now, Ethan, but this is really what's best for both of us. What's best for me is loving you. But for now, it's just a dream. I'll have to love her from a distance, as I have since the day she left me. We're from the Coast Guard, and we're here to take you back to Port Sulphur. A crew member calls from the loudspeaker. I clap my hands and wave, slapping on a false happy face. We didn't have time to go back to the house after all, but she doesn't have anything to take back that she doesn't have with her already, and I can get whatever I need later. I open my arms a little with a questioning look in my eyes to ask Olivia for one last hug, as friends. She smiles faintly and nods, and I take her into my arms and hold her. It's like the last few moments in heaven. We separate from each other, and we walk solemnly toward the shore and board the rescue boat. For me, rescue is the last thing it feels like.
Chapter 23. Olivia, 8 weeks out since Ethan and I were rescued from the island. I've been working out of the Louisiana office of my company, but I haven't seen or talked to him. Well, not in person at least. In my dreams, I see him at least every other night. Probably because every night before bed, I torture myself by replaying that last conversation between us in my head. I have dreams about it even more often than the accident. The look on his face when I told him that we had no future together is something I'll never be able to forget. I hate myself for everything I said to him, for hurting him like that. But I had no choice. Ethan and I had our chance, and there's no point in trying to make it work a second time, only to get our hearts broken again. And even if by some miracle it did work, I don't feel like I have earned a second chance with him. He's blinded to it right now. But how long could it possibly be before he resents everything I did wrong? I had my chance at it, and I blew it. Olivia, I look up to see my coworker Samantha holding a stack of papers and leaning against the doorframe. You all right? You seem distracted today. I'm okay, thanks for asking. I smile at her. What you got there? Some paperwork I need you to look over. It's for one of your recent layouts. They just faxed it over from your office in Canada, she informs me. Thank you, I'll take them, I say, grabbing them from her. You sure you're okay? You don't seem like yourself. I'm sure. I've just been tired, that's all. Especially after all the, excitement of getting stranded after the storm. Yeah, and because you've been working yourself to death, girl. You need to take a break before you burn yourself out. She's not wrong. Since I came back, I've thrown myself into my work as much as possible. I've always been a hard worker, but right now I just don't seem to have it in me. I'm pushing myself until I'm exhausted. And it feels like I don't get nearly enough done before that happens. So then I try to push myself even harder. Maybe I haven't recovered from the trauma of the storm. I don't know. But it feels like I'm a hamster on a wheel, constantly running and getting nowhere. I'm so tired and drained, and I can't really put my finger on why. I know, I tell her, but really, I'm fine. I just need a coffee or something and I'll be good as new. Well, I'm here if you need anything. She shoots me a smile before heading back to her own office. I sigh, looking down at the papers and missing my Canadian office. I would have gone back home after the wedding, but the company needed my help at the New Orleans office since one of its architects had a family emergency. Since I happened to already be in the region, I was the obvious choice. So they rented me a furnished apartment, which is where I've been staying since I left the island. It's painful living in this city again, since the state of my mind when last living here was the worst it's ever been. Which is yet another reason for me to throw myself into my work as much as possible. Though I don't think it's really accomplishing what I hoped. A few minutes later, I decide that I really do need caffeine. Otherwise, I'll end up sleeping on my desk. I head to the employee break room to grab a drip coffee, glad to see the room empty. I don't feel much like socializing lately. As I'm pouring it into the mug, I get a sudden wave of nausea. Whoa, maybe I really am overdoing it. I definitely shouldn't stay late tonight. Maybe I'll actually be tired enough to not torture myself with memories tonight. I take my first sip of coffee, savoring the taste before heading back to my office. I'm usually not a big caffeine person, but with the way I'm feeling right now, I know I won't survive the day without it. Hey girl, you want some lunch? We're ordering soup from a place down the street, Samantha asks an hour later. Sure, just get me whatever you're having. I'm not picky. She nods, smiling and leaving. 20 minutes later, the food arrives. I'm starving, but as soon as I take the lid off of the foam container and get a whiff, I nearly gag. I normally love cream of broccoli, but this smells disgusting. I lift the spoon to my mouth, taking a bite despite the odor. Big mistake. I throw the spoon back into the soup and lunge for the trash can right next to my desk, spitting what's in my mouth into it. Plugging my nose, I put the lid back on the soup and take it into the break room, throwing it into the trash before I breathe again. Samantha and another girl are sitting at the table, eating, and look over at me when I walk in. What's wrong? Samantha asks. I think I got a bad batch or something. Does yours smell normal to you? I ask her. Yeah, mine's delicious. I'm already halfway through it, she says, giving me a weird look. You sure you're okay? I don't know. Maybe I'm getting sick or something. You should go home. You're probably just exhausted. Here, she says, tossing me a pack of soup crackers. Eat these. Thanks, I smile, retreating back to my office. But as I eat the crackers, the nausea hits me again, and I dry heave over my trash can. A minute later, they come right back up. Damn, I might actually have to go home. I gather my things and head over to Sam's office. Hey, I think I'm coming down with a bug or something. I'm going to head to the doctor just in case. You're fine. Go ahead. I hope you feel better. A few minutes later, I'm in my car and on my way to the nearest urgent care. I never actually got a full examination after our island rescue, since we both seemed perfectly healthy, and now I'm starting to imagine all the worst things. What if I picked up some weird bacteria or something? And you didn't get sick for 8 weeks? My logical brain is scoffing at this, but I still feel uneasy. I was sick for those first couple days on the island after all. Could it have been a sign of something? After an hour of sitting in the waiting room, I'm finally called back. The nurse takes my temperature and my blood pressure before leaving the room. "Hi, I hear you've been feeling nauseous all day," the doctor asks, as she walks in, closing the door behind her. "Yeah, I couldn't even keep crackers down." "Did you eat anything in the last 24 hours that you could have gotten food poisoning from?" I think back to everything I ate yesterday. "No, definitely not." "Okay, and when did this start?" "Well, I guess I've been feeling a little queasy for the past 2 days, but I just thought it was because I was working hard. This morning is when it got worse." "Okay, and when was your last menstrual cycle?" I think back, trying to remember. For some reason, I can't think of when it was. "If you have to think this much about it, we don't need an exact date. Is it safe to assume it's been a while?" the doctor says. I think it was about 10 weeks ago." "Is that normal for you?" "No, definitely not. But I've been really stressed with work. Can't that make it irregular? And I was stranded in the storm. That was definitely intense." "A few days late, maybe a week or 2, but 10 weeks? That's probably 2 missed cycles. Why don't we take some blood tests, just to be sure before doing anything else, okay?" I nod, and the doctor leaves the room. A nurse comes in a few minutes later to draw my blood. After that, he hands me a cup for collecting a urine sample. "What's this for?" I ask. "I thought you were doing blood tests." "Just to rule everything out." I shrug. "Sure." I'm waiting in the paper gown for a while, wondering if I should get my phone from my bag to pass the time. After about 10 minutes, I run across the room in the gown and grab it just in case, expecting the doctor any minute. After a few rounds of a matching game and catching up with social media, I hear the faint knock of the doctor before she comes in with a big smile. "So we did a number of tests, and it looks like everything is pretty much normal. You're slightly anemic, but that's also not uncommon. With the vitamins, you'll be all normal ASAP, and your doctor will monitor your iron levels just to be sure." "Oh, so I have to see a regular doctor?" "Not a regular one. So the big news is we know what the source of the illness is. You're not sick." "Oh, that's good." "You're pregnant." She gives me the biggest smile I think I've ever seen and hands me a piece of paper. "Congratulations!" I feel I'm going to throw up and pass out at the same time. This isn't real. Surely I'm dreaming. "Thank you." I'm in a daze as I take the paper, hardly listening to what the doctor is saying. A million thoughts go through my mind. What the hell do I do? "Do you have an OB/GYN already?" "Oh gosh, I can look up my old one." "I have a few I can recommend. I'll give you a list when you check out. Any questions you have?" "So many. Millions, probably." "Probably a few, but I'll figure it out as I go along." "Of course you will. Congratulations again." After checking out with the receptionist and getting information from the doctor, I practically run to the parking lot. Once I'm in the car, I burst into tears. It's Ethan's. He's the only one I've been with in months. What were the chances he'd get me pregnant again after only one time? "Damn it!" I pound on the steering wheel, careful not to honk the horn. The tears quickly dry up as I think over my options. My emotions run wild, going from sadness to fear, and finally a confusing dose of happiness, but mostly fear. Once home, I throw myself into bed. I definitely can't go back to work today, not like this. I haven't even heard from Ethan or reached out to him since we last saw each other. And I doubt he even wants to talk to me after everything I said that day. The number one question running through my mind is, do I tell him? Our relationship is already so complicated. What would this news do to us? Would he even want it? Maybe he'll decide he doesn't want to go through that pain again. I wouldn't exactly blame him. If it were up to me, well, I'd choose to take advantage of this situation. I'd want to fight for it. The desire to hold on to this second chance courses through me, despite everything I said to Ethan. Of course, everything I said was all lies, a mask to hide how I really feel, a fabrication to disguise what I know in my heart I'll always want from him, a way to keep from admitting that I never stopped loving him. Fear creeps its way back in, reminding me that Ethan may need some convincing before committing to this, and I can't beg him to stay. I just can't. Despite all of this, my love for him is what takes a seat in the front of my mind. I'd do anything to have that love back, and what if this baby is our chance for that, for a new beginning? I schedule an appointment with my doctor for tomorrow morning and text Samantha that I'm going to be late for work. The only thing I can do right now is keep working until I make a more definitive decision. I have no idea what lies ahead or how I'm going to handle this, but I calm myself down, convincing myself that I have time to figure all of that out, and I will take every last minute of that time if it means delaying a certain reunion.
Chapter 24. Ethan. Damn it. I crouch, pretending to tie my shoe, not wanting to be seen. If it were the cops or even security, I could pay them off. But it's Olivia. I don't know if it's possible for her to loathe me more. But if she found out I took a 3-month visiting professorship in New Orleans partly to keep an eye on her, to make sure she's doing okay, I think that might finally seal my status as the lowest of the low. I haven't been able to let go of Olivia since the island, which is why I am currently across from her office building, wearing a hoodie pulled over a New Orleans Saints cap, trying not to be noticed. I just need a Groucho Marx mustache to really look the part. I come by every few days, between visiting the island, delivering lectures at Toulon, and going through the motions of an actual life. But my life is her, and she just looked my way before entering her building. I want to make sure she didn't notice me. I crane my neck to see into the lobby, and I spot her speaking with the receptionist inside. It looks like she's laughing from here. The sight makes me happy, but it also makes my heart ache. I miss that laugh more than anything. I'd do anything to hear it again, to see how she tosses her head back, and how her eyes scrunch up in the corners. I sigh, sitting down on a bench a little ways down the street, close enough to see the building, far enough not to be in the sight line of anyone leaving. It's been about 2 weeks now that I've been following this routine. On mornings when I see her, I wake up early to walk to her neighborhood, then watch her leave her apartment, watch her stop for coffee, and go on foot a block or two behind to be with her, so to speak, as she makes her way to the office. The only time she seems to leave during the day, with occasional exceptions, is to grab lunch from the sandwich shop next door. It's not that I'm doing nothing, so I don't have to completely feel absurd for being here, but still, I imagine all the things we could be doing during those 3 months together instead, and I grow wistful. The time on the island with her is never far from my mind. I remind myself that that isn't what she wanted. She made sure to tell me that. Still, I can't just give up on her. Not this time. It seems like she's constantly on the go without stopping, even on weekends. She goes in early and leaves late. She goes to bed late too, as far as I can tell based on the lights in her apartment. I worry. I wish I could just ask her if she's doing okay. But she made it pretty clear that she wanted nothing to do with me. She's not dating, at least. Not that I don't want her to move on with her life. But a part of me still doesn't quite believe that she was 100% honest when we parted ways at the island. I have no idea what I'd do if I had to watch that. I'd fear for the poor guy's life at my own hands. I grab myself a coffee before the time when Olivia usually comes out for lunch. I barely slept at all last night, haunted by thoughts of what my life could have been had things gone differently on the island. It's practically a nightly recurrence. "Hi, what can I get for you?" the barista asks at the counter. "I'll just take a small latte, thank you." Once I get my coffee, I head back outside to wait on my usual bench. But as I sit down, I spot Olivia slowly opening the door and walking outside. She seems different. I observe her closely. She stops for a moment, reaching her arm out to the tree next to her, but she misses. Damn it. She's falling to the ground. I'm running faster than I have in my life. I drop my coffee and sprint across the street without looking. I ignore the horns honking at me as cars screech to a halt. Nothing matters but her. When I reach her, her dark skin glazed with a thin lining of sweat. I immediately check her pulse. She's unconscious, but otherwise she appears to be okay. I saw her fall. Is she okay? I look up to see a woman in office attire, someone I think is her secretary, with her hand covering her mouth. I think she fainted, I tell her. I know Olivia personally. I'm going to get her to a hospital. The secretary looks askance at first. You do? That's an odd coincidence. Yeah, we go way back. I'm Ethan. Ethan from her boating accident? She nods, recognition registering in her eyes. Wow, what a small world. Of course, everyone in the office heard about that when she didn't come back to work right after the wedding. Okay, just give me your number. I tell her the number and she retreats into the building. I turn my attention to Olivia. Olivia, wake up! I touch her cheek with my palm. Her eyes flutter open and she looks up at me, confusion filling her eyes. Ethan, what? Olivia, you passed out. We have to get you to the hospital. She stares at me for a moment before nodding. But how? Shh, just rest. All that matters is you're okay. I stroke her forehead, pushing her auburn hair back. I carefully lift her from the ground in case she passes out again. I carry her and place her in my car, parked just down the street, buckling her in. I run around to the driver's side and book it to the emergency room a few blocks away. I flag someone down for a wheelchair. Olivia's conscious, but barely, and I definitely don't trust her to walk again. I wheel her inside and the triage nurse starts asking questions as we check in. What brings you here today? She fainted out of nowhere while walking outside. What's your relationship to the patient? She's my fiancée. I lie in hopes that they'll let me stay with her. I look down at Olivia, trying to silently urge her to understand and not argue. To my surprise, she's not saying a word. She doesn't even look angry at my words. Maybe she's just too sick to care. Okay, sir, we'll take it from here. Okay. I pause just for a second. I can come back with her, right? We're going to be married in just a few weeks. You're her fiancé? Of course. I go with her to be assessed, waiting with her in a large hallway while they find her a room. I sit in the chair next to her wheeled hospital bed, and someone gives me a clipboard. Sir, could you fill out this admission paperwork? I nod and take it. Of course. I begin writing her name and address, while medical staff coordinate treatment. And suddenly they're gone, as I see Olivia wheeled into a room just down the hall from where I'm sitting with the paperwork. Olivia's probably stressed or exhausted. There's no other explanation. But why? Because of me wanting to forget about everything that happened? God, another visit to the hospital that I'm responsible for. Memories of the last time I was in a hospital with her flood my brain. That was the worst point of my life, and I don't think I can stand it if this one compares. If Olivia is sick, like really sick, I'll lose my goddamn mind. After just having her back in my life, even if it's in a superficial way, I can't lose her again. I refuse to end it this way, and if she leaves, I'll try to hang on to her with everything in my being. The doctor comes out of the room and I stand. Excuse me, doctor, I'm Olivia's fiancé. Can I go in? She's okay. Absolutely. She's just right in there. Let me take you. She talks as we walk, then enter the room. She's fine, though her doctor may need to take some more proactive measures to address her anemia. Her levels still aren't where we'd like them to be, though there's still time. She says she only started taking an iron supplement 2 days ago. She pauses to face me, making sure I'm listening. For your part, switching to an iron-rich diet could help. Struggling to keep iron levels up is a common complaint, though. Just remember she's doing everything for 2 now, so a good diet is more important than ever. 2? I look between the doctor and Olivia, noting the smile on the doctor's face and the apprehension on Olivia's. What is happening? Her and the baby. Congratulations to you both. Oh, right. Of course. I laugh to hide my utter confusion, and Olivia lowers her head a little. The doctor turns to Olivia. You're about, 11 weeks, Olivia? Almost the 2nd trimester. Then she turns to me. Just make sure she doesn't keep pushing herself, okay? I'll give you a pamphlet with some dietary tips for correcting anemia. Of course, I tell the doctor, looking at Olivia all the while. Am I in the wrong room? I must be. But there's Olivia, looking at me with a tentative yet radiant smile, as if she's afraid of allowing herself to be too happy. But she's glowing already, resting a hand on her belly. You guys will do great, I can tell. Olivia, we'll do testing shortly, just to make sure everything's fine. Someone will be back. The doctor leaves, and it's just me and Olivia now, in silence. For the first time since before the accident, I feel like we're genuinely able to read each other's thoughts without talking. She looks scared, her eyes wider than usual. But she looks beautiful, as always. Her golden brown skin is even more luminous, and her smile looks like a sunrise. You're pregnant, I whisper, not wanting to expose the ruse to the doctors or nurses. She nods slowly, visibly swallowing. I start moving closer, but a stray thought stops me. If the baby isn't mine, I shouldn't interfere. Maybe she was already pregnant when we were on the island. Maybe that's why she was so adamant about us not being right for each other. She would have told me, though, if she'd been with anyone else, I think. And I would have seen a sign of him over the last few weeks. At least, I think I would. I do the math, realizing the timing fits. I have no idea what to say because I have no idea how Olivia feels. I want to respect her completely. I want to honor anything she wants. She's the most important person in all of this. If it's not mine, it's absolutely none of my business. But if it is, then oh my God, I wouldn't be able to believe it. The last time we spoke, she said that the 2 of us had no future together. She told me that our night together meant nothing. If that were all true, I doubt a baby would change that, as much as I wish one could. I stop and think about what I actually want. The thought of having this baby with her makes me ecstatic. And I obviously want to be with her. But the thought of something happening again to lose her once more, especially something that would scar us both a second time, brings fear back into my heart. I can't go through that again. I barely survived the first time. I stare into those emerald green eyes, wondering if she's replaying the thoughts in her own mind. Olivia stays silent. This time I will be everything she needs from me, even if that means not being in her life. But if the baby is mine, and she wants to raise one, then I will do everything to be the father I was meant to be. A look of confusion comes over Olivia's face. Wait, how did you even get here, Ethan? It's a long story.
Chapter 25. Olivia. I can't help it when I climb out of the hospital bed to embrace Ethan as tightly as I can. Ever the protector, he wraps his arms around me out of instinct more than anything else when he sees my tears. The strength of his arms brings a new flood of emotions that I don't immediately comprehend. Then it hits me. He never left my side, even when I left his. I'm overwhelmed by how lucky I am that he never gave up, and I'm terrified that I'll hurt him again and destroy everything. Every pent-up emotion I've held since the loss of the first pregnancy now comes to the surface. I hardly have the energy to remain standing, which Ethan somehow knows even before I do. He moves me up to the hospital bed again, and I look into his eyes from there. Olivia. He strokes my hair and looks in my eyes. My face wet with tears, my voice choked with sobs. I can't catch my breath enough to answer him. He holds me by the shoulders. helping me slowly inhale and exhale by encouraging me to follow his example. Once my breathing quiets, he steps back, his face filled with awe but also sadness. Is he unhappy about this? God, I can't do this again. Not without him. You might need a little time for yourself right now, Olivia. You want me to go? I don't want to add one more stressor to your life. His blue eyes are huge and soulful. I recognize the face of the man I met so many years ago, who understood me from day one. No, Ethan, please. My eyes are begging. I grab his hand like it's the only thing that allows me to hold my head up. Please don't go. Don't leave. He takes my hand gently, loosening my own fingers lovingly, letting me know I don't have to cling to keep him here. I just don't want to make things more difficult for you than I already have. My tears start up again, streaming this time rather than coming out in sobs. Ethan, stay, I manage to choke out. He nods solemnly, still holding my hand in his. Okay, I'll stay for as long as you want me to, in any way you need, Olivia. He looks hesitant, as if he's balancing on a ridge, scared to take a false step. I want to honor your wishes with everything. I want you to be happy, no matter what, no matter who. Ethan, it's yours. The tears come harder, and his face loses all defenses. It happened on the island. Tears well over, leaking down his face, and he grips my hand tightly. But a look of sadness crosses over almost as quickly. What is it, Ethan? You don't want to have a baby with... He raises his brows and widens of his eyes, lowering his voice. No, of course I do. But the last time we left things, leaving the island, when you said we weren't right for each other, even if it's mine, I can't make you be with someone you don't love. Ethan, no. No. The tears are coming so hard. They're making it hard to talk again. Shh, Olivia. You were right when we were leaving, Ethan. You were right. When? You were right when you said you didn't believe me. When I said I didn't want to be with you, it was the biggest lie I've ever told. I came so close to breaking down when you called me on it. It's all I've thought about since then. Well, until I got the news. He keeps holding my hand, but with the other, he feels my abdomen. He takes a deep breath, and the tears flow down his cheeks. I just want to make sure you're not saying that just to protect my feelings. I give him an incredulous look, and despite the tense situation, we both break out in laughter. Ethan, have you ever known me to do anything like that? He shakes his head. I didn't want you to suffer any more than you had. I thought it was selfish to want you with me when I felt like such a bad luck charm. He touches my cheek, and I stroke his hand. I close my eyes, feeling at peace for the first time in years. Olivia, you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. I look directly into his eyes. Ethan, I can't do this without you. Ethan moves his face even closer. I want nothing more in the world than to do this with you, Olivia. He embraces me while I move forward on the bed, clinging to each other for what seems like an eternity. We're going to have a baby. He's grinning like a fool, looking like a kid on a carousel. Together, me and you. There's so much to plan, so much to think about. And let me do a lot of that for you, Olivia. You put so much pressure on yourself. Let me lighten the load. Ethan takes my hands in his and leads me to the side of the bed. Would you want to stay here in New Orleans? I offer. I don't know if it's too hard to... Absolutely. It's where we met, and it's where we reunited so many years later. Anything you want, I want to make happen for you. I meant what I said on the island, Olivia. I meant it then, and I mean it now. I love you. You're the only person for me. I knew it before the island, but that week confirmed it even more. Ethan, I don't expect you to feel the same, and we can raise a baby without being together as a couple if you want to make that work somehow. Ethan, no, that's not what I want. He looks stricken. I want you. I love you. I wanted to say it all that week, and ever since then, and all the time we were apart. I love you too. He scoops me up and kisses me, and what should have happened leaving the island is happening now. His lips are soft, and his tongue is pushing against mine, and our cheeks are wet from tears. We pull apart and laugh at the sight of each other, then put our foreheads together. The doctor comes back in, and we straighten up as if we're teenagers. Ah, young love, I'm glad you're such a strong couple. I burst into tears and laugh at the same time, and Ethan kisses me again.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vic Savon. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 26. Ethan. It's been 2 weeks since I found out that Olivia was having my baby. 2 weeks since my life completely changed. I can't even begin to describe the happiness I've felt since then. My everyday life has changed in ways I'd never even thought about before. Like what kind of car I drive, what kind of cleaner I use, and how young is too young to start boating lessons. Olivia has had 2 check-ins with her doctor since then. I can tell that her fainting spell scared her a lot. Hell, it scared me too. This is our second chance, and neither of us wants anything to jeopardize the success of that. Which is why I've been at her apartment every single day since. We have to watch her blood pressure and her diet, and she's been taking it extremely easy, working less and trying to cancel out any stress before it can affect her or the baby. Although her morning sickness has abated a little as the second trimester goes on, it's unpredictable, and it could start getting worse again once the baby grows bigger. We're practically living together. That wasn't really something we planned, it just sort of happened. In the beginning, I just wanted to keep an eye on her and be there if she needed anything. But it very quickly escalated, and now I can't imagine not being here every day. Somehow it's like all that time we spent apart never happened, like it disappeared. Long gone, but never forgotten. I suppose the connection between us never really went away. We just kept running from it, scared to get ourselves hurt after how long it took us to recover the first time. This time, I'm not going anywhere, and I know that she isn't either. If she even tried, I would do everything in my power to keep her, which is what I should have done the first time, but I try not to dwell too much on my past mistakes. Doing so won't help. It'll only remind me of all the ways that this could go wrong. I'd rather focus on the ways it could go right. Both of us deserve that. Tonight, I plan to make the next move. A move that I meant to make so many years ago. This time I'll follow through and nothing can stop me. "Baby, is this dress too fancy?" Olivia asks, strolling into the room in a long black form-fitting dress bedazzled with sequins and sparkles. She looks absolutely stunning, and I can't help the huge grin that spreads across my face, making my cheeks hurt. In this dress, her small bump is already visible, to me at least. My eyes itch with the urge to cry, and I have no idea why this makes me feel so damn emotional. But I hold back. "It's perfect," I tell her, eating up the distance between us in seconds and pulling her into a tight embrace. "You look incredible." My nose is buried in her hair, and I inhale the familiar scent of her. "Thank you," she breathes, planting kisses in the crook of my neck. I revel in the feeling of her lips on my skin, and I regret the fact that I don't have the time to take her to bed at this moment. Once we pull away, I let my hand trail down to rest on her growing bump. She places her hand atop mine, and we stand like this with our foreheads pressed together for a long moment. "We should probably finish getting ready," she whispers. "In a minute," I whisper back, moving my head so that I can press my lips against hers. Our kiss is long, though not long enough. But she's right. We have a reservation to get to in only half an hour. "Okay, go finish," I tell her, winking at her as we break the kiss. 10 minutes later, we're in the car I sent for, and on our way to a fancy Italian restaurant that I picked out. I figured neither of us would want to drive after what I have planned tonight. Once we get there, I help her out of the car and walk her to the door with my hand resting on her lower back. I've never been here, but it has amazing reviews and I've always wanted to try it. "Hi, reservation for Hemingway," I tell the hostess. "Of course, right this way to your private table." "Private table?" Olivia whispers, looking at me with a raised brow. I shrug, trying to play it cool. Once we're seated, we begin looking over the menus. "Ooh, I could devour the wagyu with jambalaya chutney," she squeals. "Please tell me you're not ordering Cajun cuisine at an Italian restaurant. You can get Cajun anywhere. That's gotta be a crime or something. If I'm not supposed to order it, then why is it on the menu?" she retorts, rolling her eyes at me with a playful smile. "I'm just saying, the pasta is where it's at. In Italy, pasta's not the main course, right? I thought you said you've never been here anyway." "I haven't. I'm just guessing. I'm only kidding, baby. Get whatever you want." I give her a big smile. "And have you quietly judged me all night?" "Who cares if I do? You could judge me all night for picking pasta. Besides, if it's quiet, then how would you know?" "I'd know," she says, cocking a brow at me. I can't help but laugh, and Olivia joins in, her eyes sparkling in a way that I haven't seen in a long time. It warms my heart to see her enjoying herself without a care in the world. This is the Olivia I've missed for all these years. "Are you guys ready to order, or do you need a minute?" the waitress asks. I look to Olivia, and she nods. "We're ready," I answer before turning to Olivia. "You can go first." "I'd like to try the 3-cheese lasagna, please," she smiles sweetly. "And you?" "I'll take the wagyu with the jambalaya. Well done, please. And can we get extra breadsticks with some Alfredo sauce to dip them in?" "Absolutely," she says, taking our menus. I don't dare look at Olivia until the waitress is gone, but her face is priceless, her jaw dropping as far as it can possibly go. It takes everything in me not to burst into laughter. Ethan, are you kidding me right now?" I shrug, pretending like I have no idea what she's talking about. "What?" I say, giving her an innocent look. "Don't you play dumb. You just made fun of me for wanting to order that. I got lasagna because of you." "No, you didn't. You got a wagyu with jambalaya. Well done." "What are you talking about?" "I ordered it for you, silly." I laugh. I knew you wanted it and wouldn't get it yourself. "Ethan Hemingway, I hate you so much sometimes." She giggles, swatting me with her napkin. "You can hate me all you want, but you'll still enjoy that steak." "Okay, fine, I'm actually really glad you did that. And the breadsticks, fantastic idea. You have no idea what it's like being pregnant. It's so different this time compared to before. I'm literally hungry every second of the day. I swear I'm going to gain so much weight from this that I'll be unrecognizable." I don't even flinch at the mention of the first pregnancy, but I stare at her in awe. For her to be able to mention it so casually like that, it really says a lot. She's truly moved on from it, and I have too. It makes what I'm doing tonight all the more meaningful. This place is beautiful, Ethan. Thank you for tonight. I've needed a night like this for a long time now. Anytime. I beam. You deserve it. Our breadsticks arrive, and we both eat 3 of them within minutes. Truthfully, I could have been done after one, but I saw her eyeing a second one, and so I kept eating so that she'd feel comfortable. Finally, our food comes. Once the waitress leaves, I switch our plates, giving her the steak. Ethan, you have to try this. Seriously, this might be the best steak I've ever had, even well done. That's how you know it's good. when it still has flavor even after being cooked to a second death. She nods, holding up her fork for me to take a bite. She's right, it's delicious. The rest of the meal goes by seamlessly. I feel like I should be more nervous, but somehow I'm not. All I can feel is excitement and anticipation. I lead her out of the restaurant feeling jittery as we walk outside. I quickly check my phone, seeing that the car service is 15 minutes out. Perfect. Once we're on the sidewalk, I turn to her, pulling her in for a hug. My breath catches in my throat, and of course, the nerves hit at the worst possible time. Suddenly, the thought suffocates me. What if she says no? What if she thinks it's too soon? I prolong the hug as I spiral, trying to regain the confidence I had only moments ago. Taking a deep breath, I force myself to pull away. I have to take the risk. It's now or never. Caressing her cheek with one hand, I reach into my suit jacket with the other before dropping down on one knee. Olivia lets out a small gasp, moving in slow motion as her hand drifts up to cover her open mouth. Olivia Sainston, I've waited a long time to do this, but I can't wait one more second. You and I have been through more than any other couple I know, and even though it took us a while to get back to each other, I don't regret any of it. I open the ring box, holding it out. I love you more than you'll ever know, and I never stopped. When I found out that you were pregnant, I only had one thought. This was our do-over, our second chance, and that's all I want. All I could ever want now and forever. I swallow, sucking in another breath before continuing. Her hands are frozen on her face, green eyes enormous. When we went our separate ways after being trapped on the island together, I couldn't breathe. I hated myself every day for letting you walk away again, and I swore to myself that if I ever got the chance, I would never let it happen again. I never want to lose you. Olivia, you are the only woman for me. You always have been. Will you do me the honor of being my wife? By the time I'm finished speaking, her tears are flowing freely, and I can feel them on her chest when she jumps into my arms. Yes, Ethan. Yes, yes, yes. Time stops as I slip the ring on her finger, staring into her sparkling emerald eyes. This is it. The true beginning of our new life together. We've earned this.
Chapter 27. Olivia. My emotions have been a little chaotic as of late, but now there is no reining them in. Ethan slipping the ring onto my finger brings endless tears to my eyes. Oh, Ethan, it's beautiful. I look at the classic, sparkling princess-cut ring as it glints in the streetlights. Then I look at the man just across from me. His smile covers his entire countenance. His ocean blue eyes are as rich as the sea itself. I'm glad you like it. Ethan holds my hand, looking at the freshly placed ring. His eyes are glassy with joy. It makes me cry even more. I love it. I love you. His eyes look up and meet mine, and we embrace each other in the illumination of the streetlights. I bury my face in his neck. At that moment, it's just us. And our future is growing strong in my belly all the while, making me love this man even more. Want to celebrate more privately? I whisper in his ear. Already arranged. The car should be here in... A moment later, the car he's already ordered pulls up. A black Mercedes-Benz limousine with leather seats. There's champagne and sparkling cider, and Ethan pours champagne for himself and cider for me. I pour a thimbleful of champagne into my cider, and I pour a thimbleful of cider into Ethan's champagne. I lower myself onto his lap, and he helps pull me sweetly down, kissing my shoulders as he does. I turn my head to look at him, and we raise our glasses in a toast. What shall we toast to? He asks. There are so many things. I raise up my glass as the different kinds of bubbles mix. To always fitting into each other, to always adjusting, to always making space. To being on top of each other, he adds, and I roll my eyes, clink my glass to his, drink and kiss him long and slow. Sounds like a plan. We passionately make out the whole car ride home, unable to keep our hands off each other. We take a tour of the city, driving by our favorite places, reliving those memories when we're not occupied with exploring each other. Sorry to interrupt again, just as we're getting to the good part. This platform can't handle all this heat. Go to VixAvonRomance.com with the discount code VIXA40 for 40% off all digital products. Now, back to the story. We continue to explore each other's bodies with soft caresses and deep kisses. I feel so much love in each one, and every kiss I give is a way of telling him how in love with him I am. He grabs my face and gives me a gentle, slow kiss, lingering longer than necessary. I can taste the sweet intimacy of it, and I never want it to end. He finally pulls away, but keeps his forehead pressed against mine as he looks into my eyes with an expression that is a mix of love and passion, then reaches out and caresses my cheek tenderly. "I love you," he whispers, pulling me close into a tight hug. "I love you too," I reply softly, before snuggling into the safety of his arms. I look down at our intertwined hands, resting protectively over my small little bump, and the ring on my finger catches alight. A wave of warmth washes over me as I remember what it symbolizes. All the love, the commitment, and the future that awaits us.
Chapter 28. Ethan. Soft music floats across the beach as I make the rounds, greeting our guests. As I walk to the front of the aisle, Arthur catches my eye. He's wearing the biggest, smuggest grin I've ever seen. I roll my eyes, but I can't keep the grin in response to him off my face. When Olivia and I discussed where to get married, it was a no-brainer. Coming back here to Angel Isle, the place that reconnected us after torturous years apart, felt full circle. But before our actual wedding, the rehearsal dinner was at the same hotel where Arthur and Amelia got married. Thinking of that time gives me a mix of heartache and happiness. Back then, I'd wished for this, but I never thought it would happen. During our rehearsal dinner last night, it felt surreal to be in the same room under such different circumstances. Instead of the angst and obsession, there was love and joy in my heart. Okay, still a bit of obsession. What can I say? My soon-to-be wife is ethereal. They've really outdone themselves, haven't they? Arthur says when I reach him. I give him a bro hug and nod. I have no idea how they did this. It looks amazing. I glance around the section of beach that the girls have decorated. They insisted on doing everything themselves, even though they're both pregnant. Arthur and I objected for all of a second before we decided to value our lives and let it go. I smirk as I think of the twin glares we received. We arranged for a fleet of ferries to go to and from the island to the hotel, where everyone is staying. Olivia and I even have a room at the hotel tonight, so we can celebrate our wedding night in style. I booked the ostentatious honeymoon suite for us, and I'm so excited to see Olivia's reaction when she sees it later. I already know she's going to freak out about the size of the bed, and the thought makes me chuckle. On the island, benches with soft cushions are placed on either side of the aisle. White roses and peonies are done up in simple bouquets along the aisle, with a stunning flower arch behind us. Fairy lights are interwoven with the flowers, twinkling in the pre-dusk against the natural light. The weather is balmy, so different from the stormy weather Olivia and I experienced. Our closest family and friends are gathered. Half are roaming around, half are seated, and all are waiting excitedly. Amelia rushes up to me, stopping to give Arthur a quick kiss on the cheek before she grabs my hand. There are silk tents throughout the island near the altar, where we can get prepared with privacy, with special sofas and settees brought in. It's as if a whole fleet of military ships had to cart everything the women arranged. I go near the one where the bridal party is helping Olivia get ready, conspiring with Amelia. "She's ready for her gift," she says, pulling me along. I pat my leg, making sure the small box is in the pocket of my navy chinos. Satisfied, I laugh at Amelia's excitement. I'm so grateful to her for the support she's given us in planning this wedding. When she asked me a few weeks ago about the wedding tradition, of something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue, I told her that I'd take care of the something new. I'd planned on giving it to her today, anyway. We stop in front of the tent door, and Amelia orders me to stay put while she checks in. "Bossy," I mutter, and she laughs. I pull the box out of my pocket and open it. It's a tennis bracelet encrusted with diamonds, and I know Olivia will think it's over the top. I want her to start believing she deserves the best, though, so I wanted to get this. I inspect the small modification I had the jeweler make. There's a tiny ring attached to the clasp with a pendant hanging from it. The small angel makes me smile. The door opens and Amelia slips out. When I go to walk inside, she stops me. "You can't see her, are you crazy?" I roll my eyes and hand her the box. From inside, I hear her giving it to Olivia, and after a few moments, I can feel her presence on the other side of the gauzy door. Her soft, beachy fragrance reaches me, and I sigh happily. She speaks through the door, and I can hear the emotion in her voice. "Oh, Ethan, this is too much." I can't stop the smile from spreading across my face. I hear the clap of the box as she opens it, and the small gasp when she sees the pendant. Her voice is shaky when she speaks again. "Close your eyes and I'll come out," Olivia's muffled voice says. I roll my eyes first, but then I close them. The next moment, sight unseen, she's in my arms, hugging me tightly. "Thank you," she whispers. This is so perfect. Thank you." I hug her back tightly, the satin of her dress soft under my fingers. "I love you, Olivia. You're my everything." She slips out of my arms. "You can open your eyes now," Amelia says. "Thank you." When I open them, it's to Amelia shooing me away. Her eyes are glossy, though, and my self-satisfied smirk grows. The walk back down the beach is short, and on the way, I reflect on the difference this place holds for me now. In the past, this was where I escaped when the memories of Olivia and our lost daughter became too much. It was my safe place where I could be away from the world. Today, this is our world, mine and Olivia's, and the people in our lives join us here for the most special day in my life so far. This island now represents the fresh start of our story. One day, I'll upgrade the cabin and possibly find some space for more cabins, so that we can spend time here with our special people. We'll also have to make it child-proof, and I guess I'll have to install lights in the shower room after all. Our friends and family are seated, and the violinist starts playing the wedding march. When Olivia appears, I have to blink a couple of times to get rid of the tears gathering in my eyes. She's exactly what I thought she would be earlier. Ethereal. Her skin glows, and the bright smile on her face warms my heart in ways I can't begin to process. She's wearing an ivory Empire waist dress with soft, flowy waves of tulle floating from the skirt. I remember her saying that she wanted something timeless that wouldn't particularly show or hide her pregnancy. The dress is off the shoulder with lace sleeves, contrasting beautifully with her dark skin. Her hair is pinned back with a pearl and diamond comb, which I know she borrowed from Amelia. She's also wearing a pair of pearl earrings that her mother gave her that used to belong to her grandmother. I know they mean a lot to her. Olivia holds tightly to her father's arm as they walk toward me, and I fidget out of eagerness to get started. She notices, because of course she does, and gives me a cheeky smile. Amelia stands next to me, ready to marry us. We didn't want any strangers at our ceremony, so Amelia offered to get ordained. Once again, I count my lucky stars to have such amazing friends. When Olivia reaches us, I have to swallow a few times to control my emotions. She looks breathtaking, her makeup light and natural. "You look incredible, my love." I take her hands into mine and just stare at her. I can barely focus on the words Amelia speaks. When it's time to hand over the rings, I smile and turn to Arthur. The velvet box feels smooth on my fingers, and I open it and hand Olivia my ring. Her eyes shine as she repeats the vows after Amelia, then adds some of her own. "I promise to love you, trust you, and never run away from you." "Again," I mutter under my breath cheekily, and a few people laugh. Olivia rolls her eyes, smiles lovingly, and continues. I promise to be your partner in everything we do and to communicate to death. She smiles, sliding the ring onto my finger. I squeeze her hand and repeat after Amelia while I stare into Olivia's eyes. I promise to support you, listen to you, and treasure you every day. We each say the words I've been dying to say to Olivia from the moment we met. I do. Amelia announces us as husband and wife. The joy that runs through me when I grab Olivia and kiss her senseless is overwhelming. With the formalities out of the way, we head back toward the expansive front lawn of the cabin, where sumptuous tents have been erected and a massive spread of food is laid out. A New Orleans jazz band is on hand playing, along with a member of the group who has DJ duty for the playlist we carefully curated. As I stand on the outskirts of the celebration, I watch Olivia interacting with our loved ones. She laughs, and a thrill runs through me. I remember watching her laugh at Amelia and Arthur's rehearsal dinner, and the rush of jealousy and possessiveness I felt. It's silly, really, because I know now that she's always been mine. Even then, when we acted like strangers, we were meant to be. Octavia, Olivia's mom, joins me and gives me a quick side hug, smiling up at me. This was destiny. I always felt it. I always said to Olivia that I thought you were the one who got away. Well, the one who she let get away. Thank you for bringing her back. I'm so happy. Not as happy as I am. I'm a lucky man. She smiles and hugs me tighter, and together we lovingly gaze at my wife, who's still yards away, mingling and having a ball. She's been like a ghost for so many years. It's good to see her get her spirit back. I nod and squeeze Octavia's hand, thanking her for being there for Olivia when I couldn't be. It's like she hears us speaking about her. Olivia skips over to us and grabs my hand. Let's dance, my wonderful husband, and then let's get out of here, she adds in a whisper, grinning at me. My heart soars and happiness like I've never known flows through me. My face hurts from smiling and laughing so much. The night has flown by in a blur of dancing, eating, and spending time with our guests. I know it's time to go when I see Olivia trying to hide her third yawn in the last 10 minutes. So we wait by the boat slip for the next ferry to take us, talking with a few of our friends and enjoying their company on the way back to the hotel. I'm sure some of the guests will continue the party back at the hotel, or maybe curl up in a tent or sleep under the stars on the island. But I need to get my wife alone. We'll come back to the island tomorrow and stay for a few days before we go back to normal life. I'm excited to just be with her. With her, life is always extraordinary.
Chapter 29. Olivia. Oh, wow. This is absolutely stunning. The honeymoon suite is even better than I thought it would be. It's spacious and luxurious, with rose petals on the counter and champagne chilling. I can't drink much beyond a sip, of course, but the amenities alone are top-notch. There's a walk-in shower, oversized jacuzzi bathtub, and a private balcony. I meander to the bedroom and see that our baggage has already been brought up and placed inside. Oh my God, have you seen the bed? I exclaim. It's enormous and is also covered with rose petals. Ethan chuckles as he wraps his arms around my waist from behind. You like it? I wanted to do something to surprise you, since we can't do as much for a honeymoon right now as we'd like to. I turn and throw my arms around his neck. His blue eyes sparkle, and I kiss him gently. I love it, and I don't need a honeymoon. I already have more than I ever thought I deserved. He lifts my chin up. You absolutely deserve it, and so much more. You deserve happiness more than anyone I know. Ethan catches my lips with his and softly pushes his tongue through, kissing me as if it was our first time. I slowly allow my tongue to mingle with his and dance in each other's mouths, our hands tracing the other's body. I feel his large, satisfying member hardening against my hip. His pants can't hide the girth and length, as much as they try. My nipples harden, and I feel my bridal lingerie dampen with growing heat. His breathing turns husky. I know that if I don't pause now, we won't make it anywhere but the bed, and I have other ideas for us. You know, I saw a shower I want us to test out. Can I tempt you into joining your new wife? I seductively tease as I saunter away, making sure my hips sway dramatically. He follows me with a smirk. That I can definitely do, Mrs. Hemingway. I turn on the shower and let the steam fill the room. I turn around to find Ethan standing behind me, his eyes hungry for me. I turn back around and look coyly behind me. Will you help me out of this dress? He nods eagerly as he unbuttons the back, exposing my skin to the raw steam. I feel his lips kiss the top of my shoulders and slowly make their way down my spine as he opens up my dress. The material catches on my hips. His warm fingers hook inside and pull it the rest of the way down, letting it gather at my feet. Turning back to face him, I unfasten my bra and let that drop as well. His mouth is open and his eyes are bright. I can see how bad he wants me. I drop my panties and step backwards into the steaming water. Come join me, husband, I say with an alluring grin. His eyes fill with desire. He quickly strips, and I take his hand to guide him to the shower. The hot, steamy water cascades over us as we stand close and kiss, exploring each other's bodies. His hands travel over my curves, caressing and squeezing. I give in to the moment, letting my inhibitions go as I moan in pleasure. His strong hands hold me up as he teases my neck with his tongue. I can feel his hardness against me, and I reach down to grab him. His breath hitches as I fondle and stroke him. His lips find mine with urgency, and I can feel myself melting against him. His kisses are passionate, full of longing, and increasing in intensity. My hands wander across his hard, chiseled chest. We continue to kiss beneath the falling water, letting it wash all our inhibitions away until suddenly we hear a soft knock on the door. Damn it, Ethan says, lifting his head. Just ignore it, I murmur into his ear. It might be something we left at the reception. He quickly wraps a towel around himself and answers it. After a moment, I call out, "Who was it?" Ethan re-enters the bathroom, and I see through the glass shower door that he is holding a silver platter with 2 champagne glasses filled with bubbles, fresh berries, and chocolates. A honeymoon nightcap, courtesy of the hotel. He laughs, setting down the platter. I'm gonna get drunk all by myself if they don't stop sending us champagne. I open the door wider and take a step back. How about you drop that towel and get back in here? His smile widens as he pulls off the towel. I can't help but admire the perfect form of his body, from his broad shoulders and toned chest down to his muscular legs. He steps back into the shower and takes me in his arms again. The hot water washes over us as we stand close, embracing each other in an unspoken bond of love and desire. His lips find mine again with a new fervor. Our hands explore each other's bodies, searching for hidden pleasures beneath the water's spray. I gasp as he caresses my breasts, sending shockwaves through my body that make me weak in the knees. I pull him closer, savoring every moment of this sensual embrace. His hands move lower, caressing my curves and teasing me with gentle touches. I can feel my body heat rising in response, and I moan in pleasure. He leans me against the wall of the shower, conscientious of my pregnant body, but still eager. His lips ravage mine, exploring and tasting me hungrily. His hands are strong and sure, leading me into ecstasy as he devours me in a kiss so passionate, so consuming, so dizzying that I can feel the world spinning around us. Ethan steps back and takes my hand. He leads me out of the shower and wraps a warm towel around me. Let's finish this in bed, he says softly, his voice a low growl. I smile and take his hand in mine, following him eagerly to the bed. We fall into the sheets, tangled in a damp, passionate embrace. Every touch sends sparks of pleasure through my body that make me quiver with anticipation. I can feel the heat rising between us, but he takes his time exploring every inch of my skin. His mouth moves to my neck, nibbling and tasting me until I'm gasping for breath. Our kisses become more urgent, and Ethan's hands move lower to grab my hips, drawing me closer to him so I can feel the heat of his body against mine. He slides one hand between us to caress me intimately, coaxing out sighs of delight from deep within me. His other hand slides into my hair as he pulls me in for a deep, passionate kiss. Ethan moves above me, his body hovering over mine. I can feel the heat of his body radiating against me, and my heart is racing with anticipation. He takes my face in both hands and looks deep into my eyes. He smiles and then slowly slides inside me. We both gasp at the sensation as our bodies join together. His thrusts are slow and steady, allowing us to savor every moment pressed against each other as he pushes deeper and deeper into me. My breath quickens as pleasure builds, my skin growing hot with desire. His movements become more urgent and faster as our desire intensifies. He wraps one arm around my waist and pulls me close to him, and we never break our gaze as we move together. His breath is hot against my skin, sending shivers of pleasure through my body with every thrust. We reach a fever pitch, letting ourselves go in an explosion of passion until finally we collapse into each other's arms, spent and satisfied. I remain in his embrace for some time afterwards, listening to the sound of his breathing and savoring the peaceful moment we share together. He leans forward to kiss me softly, then pulls away and smiles down at me with pure love in his eyes. "I love you," he whispers, stroking my cheek tenderly. Tears sting my eyes as I feel an overwhelming surge of emotion, a combination of pregnancy hormones and exceptional pleasure all at once. I can't help but smile back up at him in return, filled with an overwhelming feeling of contentment that I have never felt before. "I love you too," I whisper softly, gazing lovingly into his eyes. "You're stuck with me." That doesn't sound at all like an issue. He teases softly, pulling away slightly to look down at me with a twinkle in his eye. More of a blessing. My smile involuntarily spreads over my face as I nuzzle into his neck, breathing deeply and savoring the moment we share together. It is then that it finally hits me. This man is now my husband, and together we are finally about to embark on the truly amazing journey of parenthood. I laugh lightly as he plants a tender kiss on my forehead before lying back against the pillow and bringing me close against his chest once more.
Chapter 30. Ethan. In the middle of the night several months later, Olivia wakes me with strong twitches of discomfort. I sit straight up. Is it time? Or a false alarm? I've asked this question practically every night she's needed something for the last month, so I'm used to false alarms. But now that we're getting close, I'm on high alert. It's time, I think. You think? Or you know? It's time. I hold my wife and kiss her before leaping out of bed, turning on the light and getting dressed at lightning speed. After weeks of rehearsing, I quickly and easily step into action. I slip on my clothes while she steps into her dress. I grab the hospital bag as I help her to the garage. Once we're in the car, we follow the planned route to the hospital. I've done the drill in my mind 100 more times, to the point that I probably have more of an idea of what to do than even Olivia, which is as it should be. She shouldn't have a single worry right now. Amelia had to bow out as Olivia's self-appointed volunteer doula, due to the inconvenience of their delivering a healthy baby boy as well, just 2 days ago. So now it's all on me, and I couldn't be happier. It's the role of a lifetime, one I was born to play. I'm amazed at how fast the baby changed from marinating to ready for the world. In the labor and delivery wing, the heart rate of the baby is on the same display screen as Olivia's heart rate. The baby's is so much faster. I take Olivia's hand and we exchange glances. We have so many emotions braided together that only we could understand. And we understand each other perfectly, without saying anything. When we saw the baby at 20 weeks, he kept moving, making it hard for the technician to get a clear picture of anything. He had just started to look like a person. My training is with marine life, but I'm pretty sure what I'm seeing there is a baby, I offered in jest. We commemorated my first official dad joke then. Today, if all goes well, we'll commemorate becoming parents to a beautiful baby boy. Although now, with him so squished up that he has no room, he might actually resemble an octopus more than he does a human being right now. I'm wrong. When he enters the world, our beautiful baby boy looks like the most perfect thing I've ever seen. But a few moments later, I realize that's not true. The most perfect thing I've ever seen is my beautiful wife holding our son, who looks so much like her. Now we just have to think of a name, Olivia says after much-needed sleep. I look over at him in Olivia's arms, moving his tiny fingers. What do you think, baby boy Hemingway? Or do you want to be a Sainston? Who wouldn't? Actually, that's perfect, Olivia. What is? Everyone wants to be a Sainston. Toussaint. All Saints. He squirms happily in Olivia's arms. I kiss his sweet, soft head. I think he likes it. Olivia looks at me, her green eyes tired but brilliant. I think I love it. And the leader of the Haitian Revolution. After 3 days in the hospital, we go back home and begin the sleepless, wonderful chaos of new parenthood. And I've never loved Olivia more. Toussaint changes every single day, discovering some new aspect of the world or voicing some new preference. His first birthday falls on a hot, sticky day in June, just a few days after the birthday of his best friend Antoine, who also happens to be the child of our best friends, Emilia and Arthur. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't be here now. If it weren't for everything we endured, even the suffering and misfortune, we wouldn't be as happy as we are right now. We hold a little party, just the 6 of us at Angel Isle, at the new home we've constructed there, right near the cabin. It's a peaceful lawn near the beach, with seating and fire pits, picnic areas and pagodas, canopies and couches, as well as playground equipment for the children. They're toddling around the closed-in play area, specially constructed near the beach, a design of Olivia's making. There's comfortable seating on the edge, lined with outdoor pillows as we enjoy finger sandwiches, wine, lemonade, and fresh fruit. Toussaint has a stuffed crane, and Antoine is stacking blocks which have French words on them and illustrations to go with the letters. Toussaint looks up with a giggle and smiles, holding on with his hands to a soft wall, and Olivia and I wave. Hi, sweetie pie. His face lights up and he moves his little legs and arms with joy. Antoine comes over to see what's happening, and his parents start playing a game of peekaboo. Both boys go crazy for it. Have you figured out when you're going back to work? Emilia asks Olivia. In previous times, this innocuous question might have felt like a landmine. It fueled the original argument that happened just before the accident. Olivia and I both knew we wanted to be together again. That was never in question. But we needed to make sure that what tore us apart before wouldn't tear us apart again. But how can that happen when what tore us apart wasn't who we are, but something that happened to us? Olivia had asked when we got back together. Because it wasn't what happened. Bad things happen to everyone, and somehow people get through it. It's how we reacted. She stared at me, and I could tell that she was holding in anger, thinking of defensive arguments, trying to escape from her discomfort with confrontation. But she moved past it, and we have to learn how to let go and not hold on to things. Exactly. We're always on the same side, and together we can get through anything. We have before, and we always will. We've worked on that together every day since, learning how to accept our fears without letting them control us. It took a lot of effort for us to get to a place where this question wasn't just approachable, but actually welcome, and it was totally worth it. Olivia and I trade a serene look before she answers. I'm really enjoying the time I'm spending with these two. Olivia smiles at me and gestures to Toussaint. I'm not in a huge hurry to go back. Maybe a project here and there freelance, but no major commitments. And how about you, Ethan? Arthur asks. Feeling the pull of the sea? I built a great company so that it didn't rely on just one person to run it. I'm with Olivia. I put my arm around my wife, in awe of how she changes me every day for the better. There's only one commitment that matters to me right now, and that's sharing every day with my family. Can you imagine this conversation happening a year and a half ago? Amelia says with a laugh. I couldn't have imagined any of it, I admit. But I always hoped for it, Olivia says, taking my hand in hers.